Hello, and welcome to Post-Apoc Horse Talk. I'm your host, Gantages, and my co-host tonight is Nexus of Concordia. Say hello, Nexus.
Hello.
And our guest tonight will be Mooney.
Hello.
Sour Cherry.
Hello.
And Whack.
Greetings.
And tonight we're together for a long-awaited part 2 to the Great Zebra Concordat. So, where do we even begin with this?
Oh, we took our time at getting here.
Yes, we did. When was the last part put up? As I hastily go to check that.
December?
I think beginning of December, yes.
Yes.
Pretty much.
But a bunch of lazy gits.
We've had other things on our minds.
We
know.
also had a clearer mind of Project Horizon's existence.
Yes. Recuperating from that took a few months.
It was a lot of psychic damage.
And no amount of alcohol could mitigate that.
No,
Yes, I believe my whiskey reserves have been halved since reading that fic.
It's
it's a thing.
it was a
Yes.
thing. It was a fucking journey.
But we are not here to talk about that.
Yeah.
We are here to talk about Zeeps.
Yes.
Last time, I believe we talked more about the
Location.
terrain, location.
Yeah, we set the groundwork for the whole thing. Basically, their history, their geography, their mythology, and generally, I don't know, but generally just built the basic understanding of what you'd have to go even further into the zebras.
Yes.
So, looking at my notes here, we're getting started in the most painful of topics for everyone here:
Oh no.
politics.
Oh no.
Ooh, yes.
Oh no.
Galantageous, always yes.
I have a few notes for this.
So, our first topic on this is government structure. We discussed the last time that they have a senate of some description, and they have the Kaisar. We never discussed quite what they were like in specific, though. The very first thing about the Kaisar I think that needs to be clarified is the extent of their power. Because we all know that the Kaisar is considered their, at least from what we discussed, a quasi-religious and spiritual figure, important in that regard, but do they actually have any power in the office itself? Is it just a ceremonial title, or do they actually have some temporal power?
Well, I honestly have no idea where to go with that.
I'd say they do have some temporal power, but they are very limited. We are talking something like the that the Kaiser is basically the executive branch in their Zebra Confederation or something like that. So basically, while the Senate handles the laws and enacting of them, it is the Kaiser who then makes certain that those laws then are passed, or basically, how you say,
Approved.
approves them. Yes, thank you very much. And also, it was also mentioned that he is some sort of the leader of all armies as well. So he has some powers, but they are limited. We are not talking about the Roman emperor kind of one man leads everything.
I mean,
We are talking about the consul, more like from the Roman period.
I mean, I
Yeah.
had some counter ideas on how it would work, but please, Sour, you go ahead.
Basically, what Walk is talking about is either Roman consul or what modern presidency is basically like.
Well, I wouldn't say
In
that be
terms
true, given the fact that presidents, depending on where you are in the world, have surprising amounts of executive power.
I'm just mostly trying to try and keep our listeners.
Rooted to
I mean,
some sort
I
of
think
like-
you're more
Yeah.
referring to the idea that maybe that they're more like the Japanese emperor, where they, on paper, have limitless authority and power to do whatever they want, but in actuality, they leave the governing of the nation to the elected parliament of their nation.
It actually makes sense. Yes, it also makes sense with the cult-like powers he has, as the with this mythical status and all.
Well, I kind of question if that's actually how they would operate. I'm more of the opinion that the Kaisar is someone who they make diktat on what they want to achieve, but their word itself isn't what makes the laws move, in as it were. That's still the Senate that makes it happen. It's just they make his word into manifest.
The translator.
Exactly.
Could be.
Would what do we know from FOE then? What do we know on how the Caesar operates, the Kaisar operates? I don't think there was.
Nothing.
Yeah, there was there was at least something. At least maybe some different fix, like Homelands made some suggestion.
Hold on, I'll have to find some sources.
I honestly don't like what Homelands does with them. Refreshes on that gear.
So, as far as I understand, the Kaisar is meant to be the representative of the collective interest of all the tribes. While he clearly would have loyalty to one tribe above others, his job is to put things forward for the best interests of Zebrakind as a whole. Obviously, some individuals are more corrupt than others and would advance the interests of their tribe over others. As far as I understand, he does have some executive authority, but is pretty much can be removed at any point if the tribes decide to get rid of him.
I can tell with that more. Well, the problems I had with it aren't related to the office itself, so yeah.
So as far as I can tell, like, he does have unilateral authority to do whatever he wants, but he's not immune from the consequences of doing that. I mean, it does kind of cover at least a little bit of the extent of his authority, but we don't know whether or not, if he, like in America, the president is the commander-in-chief, if I'm not mistaken, Mooney.
Yes, they're the head of the military.
Yes. I believe that stems from the fact that the first president, Washington, was also effectively in charge of the US military.
Well, it's also they want to make sure that they had someone who was in power that wasn't basically going to be tied down as much by bureaucracy for commanding stuff.
It is more of a case that the head of the military is a civil servant more than a military man. That is the idea there.
And typically in like monarchies, that is often the case, that the king, emperor, insert whatever title you want to put here, is considered the head of the military. Because often it's their military.
That is true. That is also the case in World War One Russian Empire, where technically Tsar Nicholas was the head of the military, but at the start of the war he basically delegated that command to his subordinate generals until halfway through the war, where he basically took the command to himself again. Just for a little historical anecdote there.
So basically, we could theorize that the Kaitar would have power over the military, at least.
It would make sense considering it's a one person who leads this entire confederation of all these different people. It would be a hodgepodge of leaders if only if the confederation or partners would lead their armies separately.
Well, going back to the first
mean-
episode.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
Next, you were saying something. Please go ahead.
Well, going back to the first episode, remember one theory we had is I can't decide if I should say Caesar or Kaiser.
Just pick one. I think people understand what you mean.
Right. So one theory we had is that the Caesar was someone who united the various Zebradom armies and nations for intervention against the lunar menace.
That was the case.
So that
yes.
that would be precedent for control over the military.
That would be that would make some sense that the military it would serve at his behest or her behest, I imagine. I don't think that there's anything would preclude a mayor from leading the empire.
Most probably not.
Not in the
So,
setting of it, anyway.
original fig did have a more more male leader oriented culture. At least I
Patriarchal.
always got the patriarchal society. At least that's what I always found zebra cultures to be in the original fig. What with Zenith basically being at first considered owned by her family, then by her husband, and so on.
I think that might be more of a
Oh.
particular tribal kind of way of looking at it, rather than a zebra society as a whole. But thing is, we don't know where she came from. Fact is, we know that she isn't from Equestria.
Actually, they say outright in the story she's from the Zebra Town ruins. So she is descended from zebra refugees.
Be from anywhere.
Or she could have basically a hodgepodge of different tribal tendencies all melded together.
I think that
Probably.
bit of information has enough things about it muddying it that we should discard it.
But yes, I would personally see that the title of Kaiser is open to both genders.
But
Or
that's
yes.
relatively a minor point in all this.
Mm.
We should go back to where we were, which was the total control of the military and the extent of their authority. I don't know. I feel that while he would have an army all to his own, drawn from all of the tribes, but I think the tribes would have their own armies too. Because how can you hope to get rid of a Kaiser you consider is tyrannical and despotic if you don't
So-
have the means to take them down?
So this is leaning into the next episode a bit more with all the military stuff, but the way I always imagined it is there was always a we'll get to this later, but for now let's call it a federal military, a professional military force. Each tribe also had their own militia or national defense forces,
Levy.
and then well, Caesar had their personal guard or whatever you want to call it, a small military unit of their own, probably.
Yeah. So basically, it's the way how U.S. handles some of its forces. There's the National Guard of the states, but then you add in the sort of Royal Guard there in their midst as well.
Like, I don't want to actively draw parallels to the US. It's just something that makes sense to me. to organize it that
Yeah,
way.
it just makes sense considering we are talking about the confederation here, so it makes sense that.
Well, I don't think we've actually gotten on to the point of how centralized their government is, but we'll get
Yeah.
on
As
to
I
that
mentioned.
eventually.
Yeah, we'll get to that eventually. But
However, one that I do find interesting is how much military power do the Senate have in response to the Caesar?
Well, I think we'll cover that when we get onto the Senate, which is our next big topic block. But until then, we also have to cover a relatively small, but I think crucial part of what it is to be the Caesar. What are the expectations of the office? What are they expected to do?
Oh, that's a good question.
Like, all offices come with rights and responsibilities. We've covered the rights. We know what we have agreed on to some extent what they can do. But what do they have to do to keep those rights?
So one thing that has been brought up before, the thing you mentioned about homelands is, I guess there's sort of like, okay, so I guess there's sort of like a mediator between all the tribes to represent the interests of the greater whole.
I mean, I mentioned that, yes.
So-
you're suggesting that they are
So
effectively
perhaps,
like the highest court in the land for arbitration between tribes? Or
that's not
basically,
the direction I was going, but we could
where
could
were you
discuss
going
that as
with
well.
One that I would perhaps, in a way, see Caesar be is the highest power on criminal justice, like the absolute highest.
And
Most
judge of the Supreme Court of the whatever.
basically, yes. Like most cases don't go to that level. You'd have to do some amazingly treasonous things to get to that level of court, but
So,
I mean, it could also be things that bring up very fundamental questions about basic aspects of the law that could have wide-ranging consequences depending on the decision made.
yeah, and some lower case can, if there even is this sort of a elevation to the higher court type of thing going on, a lower case can eventually end up in the Supreme Court for arbitration.
most
But most get handled in lower courts, definitely, I would say in this case. It's
I imagine that if it is going up to here, that the Caesar is the final say on if things are the final say on a particular case. If things get so bad for you, you throw yourself at the mercy of the Caesar himself to have final arbitration over your case.
Or if everyone else is completely divided on the matter. So, like, sort of a tiebreaker.
also if it is the kind that affects multiple tribes, for example.
that cannot be handled by the Senate.
Oh,
Yeah.
cross-jurisdiction cases.
Yes.
But I would kind of see this be a kind of less seen power or
Mm-hmm.
expectation. That most court cases, even court marshalling, doesn't necessarily get that high.
Well, here's another thing. For example, in my country, in the UK, the Queen is the head of state at the end of the day. You know, it may often be that the Prime Minister is the one that's doing all the legwork.
But that's the head of government.
Mm-hmm. But
Also, considering your queen is like what, 90?
something like that. She's pretty damn old. I'm pretty sure her pussy is haunted.
Come on.
It's not a mental image I need.
No, not at all. But yes, you would imagine someone that old would have someone else doing the legwork.
But she is the person that you go to for state visits. If she represents the country both at home and abroad.
Mhm.
So it's quite often that she basically operates as the highest-ranking diplomat you possibly could have.
This is actually the case also with Caesar in FOE, actually, that he is the head of state and thus will an arbitrary between the Equestria and the Zebra Empire, as it is called in the original fic. So the same applies here. So he basically is the so basically he handles most of foreign policy probably at this case as well, or at least the diplomatic side of things.
However, if we take into consideration certain Roman Empire laws, or rather Roman Republic laws, it was known that dictatorship, not as it is known now, was a thing in dire situations,
Yes.
such as war.
The thing is, though, that we're already kind of beyond where that would realistically end. Dictatorship in the Roman Republic was a position. Basically, they would have power to do pretty much whatever they needed to do to protect Rome, and once that moment had passed, they would give the power back. Bizarrely enough, they fucking did it most of the time.
Like Caesar.
Except
I mean, remember what happened to him?
got
I think the rest just knew what would happen.
he just got
But-
knifed in the back by all his friends on the Ides of March.
Yes.
He got knifed in the everything.
And even then, it was like, I'll be the supreme ruler for whole 10 years. Well, we do not take this lightly. But basically, I could see that there has been a law that would have allowed for Caesar to take control of basically everything at some point. Whether or not it was still relevant in the war in Fallout Equestria is a different thing.
Honestly, I would be inclined that they do still have the dictator powers, but it's not for the Caesar. Because we discussed earlier that perhaps he already has almost absolute power as is. Why would he need an office that gives him more absolute power?
Mm.
But
So, like,
But I would think that the dictator powers would be for when there is the Caesar has died and either not left an heir or left an underage heir.
if it's hereditary.
If it's hereditary, or rather, they have a successor that was pretty much all but confirmed. But they need someone to actually hold the reins of power until such a confirmation can take place.
Which would generally end up being the head of the Senate at that point.
Mm-hmm. The Senate head be given dictator powers until that such time. Or, in the case of the Caesar not being dead, but being indisposed for some reason, being they're infirm, or they're facing family tragedy or unable to act responsibly for everyone's benefit.
Ah, yes, this particular nice little law. Yep.
On that note, I think on the note of responsibility, going back a bit to responsibilities, I think they would be under constant scrutiny as to whether the decisions and actions are serving the interests of the greater whole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, especially with that kind of law of kind of law being around, where the Senate can strip the Caesar of his duties at basically a vote. The Senate will be looking very strictly at what the Caesar is doing. So there is a
However,
constant balance of power between the two.
I would imagine that this person who does the scrutinizing is not actually part of the Senate, because that would make them biased.
Definitely.
So
Mm.
it's
Either
a
that-
third person outside of either office.
Either that, or if you are someone who calls this vote to strip the Kaisar, and the Kaisar's power is stripped, you have to resign your position.
Yeah, so
Think-
remove you from the situation.
Like, there's no way that you can personally benefit from the situation.
Yeah.
I would say in this case it probably would be if it's a member of the Senate who calls this, that member of the Senate cannot vote in this vote of
Yeah,
no
they
confidence.
have to.
They are basically the defendant in this case, and they will not receive the dictatorial powers, even if they are the head of the Senate, because at the point it probably would go to the second in line. So there is some semblance of security to avoid this.
Understandable, but we also now have to ask, if you've got this kind of power where you can remove the head of state like that, how much of the Senate has to agree to do it? Does it have to be unanimous? Does it have to be a supermajority, or just a simple majority?
Likely a supermajority, just because it would be such a major cultural thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are talking about especially if the political aspects of the office are also in place. So it's not just going to be 51% voted for this particular fellow to be out of office. Now it would require most of the provincial senators to actually see, this fellow is not actually fit, because it's less divisive that way.
Yeah.
To be frank.
You're going to have less pushback from the people, as at the end of the day, they can still revolt.
Yes.
Yes. And
And if
probably
and if it's just 51% of the vote saying, this is out, and it goes through, you can pretty much say that half of the nation will be at arms. Likely, probably, depends on the situation.
So
Yeah.
I would imagine they'd need something like roughly 75%.
Yeah. General supermajority.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the Senate, since we seem to talk an awful lot about how their powers are.
Oh yes.
Ah,
So, the Senate. How is it comprised? Is the very first question.
Senate.
No, you're not, Palpatine. I am the Senate here.
look, we are already showing people how the Senate works
Yes.
by backstabbing and scheming behind others' backs.
This is why Roman history is interesting, because of all these little tidbits. Anyway.
So, likely, at least this is how I had seen it, is that generally with the Senate, you have a situation of you have probably at least one representative, if not two, per tribe.
I would imagine the amount of senators per tribe depends on the size of the tribe. Like if you are a very small, kind of somewhere out in the boonies tribe, then okay, you get one because that's the minimum amount. But
Usually,
but
when Senates exist, it's to actually limit the power of another office that's elected from just the population, so that
In this case,
smaller,
would be Kaiser.
so smaller groups don't get to basically dictate. So basically, it's a balancing act against the majority, so that smaller groups' interests are at least heard.
So, in Sour's case, it would result in the smallest groups being overshadowed by two large groups, basically then dictating everything. And they would just... This is the... I can see why the representation is a good thing here, but I wouldn't see any tribe to join this particular group if they would then have to endure being
Potentially,
basically
as long
sidelined.
as they would want to have an equal seat to every other tribe at the table.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
they wouldn't agree to join it. So,
You know, on
sorry.
that note, what counts as a tribe for this even? Like, we use that word, but we don't really define it.
Well, I believe we defined it last time. It's a vaguely connected group with some ethnic and mostly cultural ties to each other.
Yeah, it's a situation of like, hey, this is from this, we have our like original couple states, and then from there expanded out from those into their own distinct cultures in new regions, and that consists of a new tribe because they've been separate for so long that they have developed their own variant of culture.
Well, the thing is also that is one aspect of doing it. Like, I want to take that. How Homelands does it is that there are these 13 different bodies, and the tribe may occupy some space collectively, but they also may occupy other spaces just more spread out. A tribe is more than just a group of people that know each other. It's common heritage that is somewhat distinct from others around them.
Border gore to the maximum.
Oh yes, maximum border gore.
If borders are even a thing with this kind of system.
Assuming, yes.
You probably would have borders more along lines of provincial provinces within various places of Europe over hard lines like there is in the United States, where it's kind of like, this is kind of like this old county that existed, therefore it's a province.
Yeah, I suppose that's about right, seeing as you can have lots of little ethnic groups in a single nation, as it were, inside Europe. Even within down to the county level, you can have lots of different ethnic groups.
Take a look at the Balkans, and you can see.
Oh,
good
please
representation.
don't remind poor Nexus here about the fucking Balkans.
No offense to any Balkans looking at this video at the time of
Release.
yes. We love you very much. We Finns get most of our alcohol from you.
Except insert ethnic group here. We don't like you.
No.
No, we do not talk about those things now. Shush.
Anyway, where were we?
In any case, yeah. So definitely a fixed number of senators per tribe makes more sense when you're trying to unite different tribes, but it may evolve.
So, what comes to mind for me at this point is that most of the senatorial seats are made up of the traditional homelands of each of the tribes back in the core heartlands of the empire.
Yeah.
Plus additional senators depending on, one, how closely tied these outlying regions are, and two, whether or not they're considered part of the empire, or if they're considered a client state. Because I would imagine like client states don't get any kind of senatorial representation.
For the morons in the talk here and client state.
Client state is basically a state that is nominally free, but it's still giving some of its autonomy to a larger nation for some security. For example, a tributary sends some money or some other goods back to this other state in exchange for protection.
There's also different other words to this. There's tributary, protectorate, vassal state, client state, satrapy. There are lots of different words to mean the same kind of thing.
Other state.
I haven't heard before. Vassal state is more what I've heard.
So, for example, if the Åland Isles had its completely own parliament and didn't send one representative to the Finnish parliament, that would become a vassal state. As it is right now, it's an autonomous area.
Yes. It's basically a sliding scale of how much autonomy they have compared to how centralized it is.
Near to no autonomy is typically what you would call a puppet state.
Moving on.
Yes.
So we can agree that the senators, like, it's heartland regions plus provincial areas that are considered part of the empire itself and not outlying satellites.
One thing I would add is each... What would you call this? Each party that sends its delegates.
We have used province pretty often, so we
Okay,
can go with
yes.
province.
Yeah, let's use province. So every province should elect its representatives in a way that each representative. I'm having a brain fart about this.
I could see it, the Senate having evolved over time from fairly unfair situation to a more fair one. For example, that there are 2 representatives per province, meaning that it would technically lessen corruption, because one representative can veto the other representative of their own.
Province.
Yes.
So to put forward legislation, both representatives of a particular province have to agree to it.
Technically, yes.
Basically, it's someone of the same province can't object to it. They don't have to necessarily agree, but they have to not object.
Okay, I see.
And this is taking a cue from the Roman consul. Abuse of power by consuls was prevented with each consul given the power to veto his colleague. Therefore, except in the provinces as commanders-in-chief, where each consul's power was supreme, the consuls could only act not against each other's determined will. Thank you, Wikipedia, by the way.
Well, actually, this does bring up some thoughts on who gets to be a senator. Because if we're going back to the Roman Republic, not many of them were actually all that elected. Many of them were just because they were wealthy patricians and their families were wealthy.
That is true. And we're talking about tribes and provinces here. So we can see some mismatch of how one gets appointed to a senator.
Like-
some may be appointed by a governor of the province or the tribe, or some can be just elected. It's up to the province itself to determine who gets
some
into the
thoughts
Senate.
come to mind for different tribes from homelands. Like, for example, I imagine like the Properly, if we're going with them for an example, probably would elect their 2 representatives, but they would often be wealthy individuals because those would be the ones that could fund the election campaign. The Aura, they probably would be whoever was willing to fucking go at the time.
Meanwhile, I can see some of the tribes place value in different set of qualities. A particularly religious tribe would choose a shaman or someone from a powerful shamanistic family to represent them, while another one is like, no, let's use some other or elect or so. Basically, I would see that it is slightly left to the provinces themselves
I
to
imagine
decide
so.
how they conduct this.
But I think the general rule would be is that typically they'd be towards the upper echelons of society, because that's what we see in most places that have any kind of ability to send someone to a higher, some sort of House of Representatives. It's often the wealthiest or the most powerful, influential that get to go. It's very rarely when people from the bottom of society get to go.
I would say maybe lean more towards influential or I don't want to say important, but I don't know how else to say it.
Power brokers.
I think this government would be averse to monetary interests gaining power with it.
That might very well be true, but money and influence and power often go strolling through the park together.
Yeah.
Admittedly.
I just think it wouldn't be the primary. What's the word?
Decider?
Yeah. Let's go with that.
Alright. This is one we touched upon previously, but the level of centralization. WAC would seem to believe that they're pretty confederalist, but there are other options available. The three big ones would be Unitarian, Federalist, or Confederalist.
Could we please have, just in case, there's again a political moron here, difference between these?
Are we talking about yourself?
I admit nothing.
To be fair,
Okay.
I only really know Confederation. So.
Right. So a unitary state is a state governed as a single entity. So, for example, Finland is a single entity because we have one legislative body. That is the eduskunta. That is our thing. Federation, meanwhile, is a political entity characterized by a union of partially self-governing provinces.
Like, for example, the United States.
Or Germany. Or
Germany.
Russia.
A confederalist one is even further like that, where the state has very little power in and of itself. The state only seems to have power perhaps of a unified military, and perhaps occasionally some civil services.
Okay, so early United States.
Yes, early United States.
Or the German Confederation of the 1800s.
It's a sliding scale of how much authority the state has.
Nerd.
Yes, we're nerds. What you gonna do about it, Sour?
Yes, I play map games. Sue me.
I think Sire did more than that to you, Law.
Honestly, if I would be inclined to say, I would say they are somewhere between a federalist and a confederalist state. Because
I'm gonna agree
I feel
with that.
like it depends largely on era. Like wartime era definitely leans more to the confederalist.
Yeah, Gear and I have talked about it a lot, and I think I can safely say that we both agree that that's kind of why the war went the way it did. That certain factions within the government pushed for more centralized control, and they had the ear of the Caesar.
So yeah, I can see that it's at its core, yes, it's a confederation, but it's being tried to centralize into a more federal structure and then properly into the unitary structure. If that was the main goal of whatever was conceived by the wartime leaders.
Well, unitary tends to have a lot of headaches the bigger it gets, so I think it wouldn't get too close to it. But
Yes.
So you can actually have unitary states within a confederalist system. So maybe a province runs itself unitarily, but is part of a much greater federalist or confederalist set of state as a whole. Like, for example, Bristol, my city, runs as a unitary state, but let's say for example the UK became more federalist and decided to go down to home rule an awful lot more. You could argue that the area that I come from would, if they were given more autonomy as well, would be a unitary local government underneath a confederalist upper government.
I can feel Sour's pain.
Oh, yes. I am.
I don't
getting
share it,
headache
but
out
I
of
feel
this.
it.
I'm just going to say yes, and hope that we move on.
It's not to say I don't like talking about this sort of stuff, but yeah, let's move on, I think.
Well, there's a couple of sub questions that need to be asked here.
Yes, that's what I
So-
was getting at.
How much autonomy do the provinces and client states have? As a short answer, I would say quite a bit.
So I would say that the client states would have more autonomy than the provinces. Provinces would have jurisdiction over their own internal affairs, but would not be able to wage war, etc., 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 because that would be against their general idea of the tribes. Meanwhile, a client state could potentially wage war on its own, but not against the confederation itself. But still, client states would probably then be called to arms if the confederation as a whole goes to war. So the client states are chained to the diplomacy of the confederation.
Yeah, that's generally how it would work.
I
But,
do think
So carry on, Nexus.
I do think the central government does have and maintains a number of rights over these states, individual states within itself. Provinces. Client states less so, perhaps. That one to me implies they are outside parties entering into a partnership of sorts with the greater body.
I agree with Nexus here.
Like, I think they would definitely want to maintain the right to establish military bases.
That would be pretty obvious. You'd want to make sure that your furthest flung reaches of your empire aren't deciding to just up and leave you all of a sudden. And the best way to do that is to project your military power there.
But I do think they would also maintain rights to things such as infrastructure projects or, economic intervention and such.
Yes, I also believe that this would go the other way as well. That these client states hold the right to ask for help from the higher levels of authority.
Yes.
I believe that is part of the contract, basically, they give up some autonomy in order for being under the wing of the confederation.
Alright. The next question would be, do they have their own versions of the Senate where they are?
Depends.
I would rather than a senate, more like council of elders or
Some sort of elected
Please.
body.
yeah.
Regardless of the name, some sort of body of experts on various topics.
Yeah.
Who are trusted to make the right decisions within their what's the word?
Field of expertise.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Well, we seem to be getting through these pretty rapidly.
But yeah, I will also add that basically client states would probably not have this sort of because they are basically semi-autonomous, so they can be basically whatever.
So either they can have something like a straight-up sub-monarchy to the the Kaisar, or they could have something approaching a democracy. Depends whatever they want.
Yeah, I think this would very much come down to the individual agreements with each client state.
Yes, though I have a hard time to believe that the Confederation would go out and smack some client state just because they are a democracy.
Yeah.
That's
I also kind of, because no government is perfect, I can kind of see that there is some level of inequality in this, depending on, for example, was there a huge ass war between your now client state and the Republic? If yes, you might consider it the powers you have to be a lot tighter for the beginning.
See, that does depend awful lot on who they left behind after they took over the area. Was it a state that was formed out of, well, let's say a lot of zebras just went there and started colonizing the place, made their own settlements, and the Big Daddy home state decided, there's enough zebras here, I think we'll have this place. You're now under our authority. Because that would be one way to make a client state. You just
Yes.
subsume an area and give it its own local government that's subservient to you.
And the other is, well, conquest by war.
But even when you conquest,
War.
even when it's conquest, typically, if you want to set up a satellite state, you don't just leave your own people there. No, you get collaborators. You get people who are, open to your suggestions, who are willing to bend the knee to your will, and you put them in a position of government power. Let the locals rule themselves, with you basically putting the boot down on their leaders.
Mhm.
have a puppet in charge who can basically pull the strings occasionally just to get
Your
them
favor,
dance.
by the way.
It is much easier than it's much easier to control than a full military occupation.
And it's less costly as well.
Yes.
It's also much easier to gain the favor of the locals if you don't invade them and squat on them with guns and boots.
And Mooney, take
That
notes.
was bad.
I don't run nuance.
I'm just saying, take notes.
Now, if anyone gets the idea to invade their neighbor from this, do not.
But yes, moving on, going back to the homelands, the heartland territories and their government and how it works. What other arms of the government would there be? Because we know that the Senate exists, and we know that the Kaisar exists. But what else?
We already touched upon this slightly. There will probably be some sort of justice department, as with provincial justices and the like. So, because that's already
So something like in the heartlands, local justice, tribal justice, then state justice, then finally the Kaisar.
yes.
And then in the outlying areas, it would be local justice, provincial, supreme, and then to the Kaisar again.
Most likely, yes. I think justice system is fairly self-explanatory on what they do.
Yeah, we can just assume it exists.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because you cannot have a modern state without one.
But there's obviously other arms of a government, or potentially there's other arms of a government then besides the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, because this is what we've covered thus far.
Well, I think I talked to you about this, yeah. It does kind of weird into the realm of headcanon, but I do like the idea that one of the groups, idealistic groups that were involved in creating this, what are we calling it? Confederation or Federation or what?
Let's go with confederation.
With creating this confederation had a great degree of input within it, or within its creation, and more or less appointed itself the internal regulator. How do I put this? A sort of internal police that ensures the government functions within the bounds of its mandate.
So, an internal police force that prevents government
Overreach or corruption or pretty much everything.
So, like an investigative system that its
Yes.
only purpose is to investigate government officials, probably everything below the Kaisar himself, and
Yes.
find out if there's untoward business happening.
Yes. Like I
So-
mentioned, like I said before, I think this government would be very interested in keeping self-interested people out of its system.
Well, I imagine that since you've mentioned that you believe that the Empire would actively be looking to prevent corruption, and not only that, would be looking to investigate at every opportunity. Would that suggest that this particular institution is quite old then?
I would imagine
Mm.
so.
Yes. Are you referring to the institution that basically inducted itself as the police, or?
Well, you said that anti-corruption police exist, and you said that they care about corruption.
Yes.
Corruption is a thing that does naturally exist when power exists, so the logical conclusion is that since we don't see that this government was particularly corrupt at that time, from what we have, it must suggest that the institution is quite old.
Yes. I suggested that when we were having our conversations a while back, I suggested to you that this is a much older organization that had these ideas about, let's say, continental unity, the greater prosperity and all that.
I would probably say that this force was created after the Confederation, after the Trispire United. Probably sometime later. Probably not immediately on that time.
Yeah, like I
No.
said,
How
this.
Oh, sorry. Knowing how these things usually go, it was probably after a shot. Our government is entirely corrupt. We have to do something. It was probably after something like that.
I think they were.
Probably after the Lunar Menace War, whatever. That's that.
Probably.
Because at that point they were a bit more preoccupied with everything else going on.
I'm not sure if I should say more, because like I said, it's starting to veer into the headcanon territory for me.
Well, we're already in headcanon territory, my friend.
It's bit more specific headcanon territory than what we're looking to do here.
Well, it doesn't hurt to say it.
I keep thinking that the lunar incident, let's put it like this, was probably one of the times that the government may have been at its worst. Overall, corruption or dictatorship may have actually happened.
Perhaps.
And it justified the means moment.
Yes. Well, I mean, if it looks like you're going to bake to death, I imagine. So we have some form of anti-corruption police. Well, there's police force overall, which is usually some form of government entity.
Yeah, but I would say in this case,
I mean, we
probably
already
goes-
have confirmed at least a little bit that since we already know that this is somewhere between a federalist and confederalist state overall, I don't believe that police would be something that would necessarily be enforced. Maybe in the heartlands, yes, there would be a centralized police force with central funding. But the further and further away from the heartlands you get, the more local the police forces become.
Yes, I was about to say that
And
because
So that's I would call that the public police. I'm talking about something that's more like an internal investigations group.
So, like the FBI, but specifically for fraud and corruption.
Mm, Let's go with that.
While we are trying to keep this away from human history, basically, I would like to point out that police force, as it is now, is fairly new concept.
Oh yeah, it's a modern concept. Like the first police forces that really existed, that we could honestly point out and say, yes, this is a modern police force, were made in 18th century London.
Thanks to Scotland Yard.
Yes,
basically.
Scotland Yard, but they also have their roots in earlier versions of the police, like the Bow Street Runners, and basically a private naval task force that was protecting trade shipping and making sure their warehouses weren't being raided.
Yeah, so basically, what we know of Pony Society is in the show they're somewhere pre-industrialization, and in Fallout Equestria they would be in the industrial era.
I wouldn't agree with that statement. It seems to be quite wildly varied in the Pony Show where their industry is. So you've got whole big cities, and big cities like Manhattan don't exist without industry to back it up. To build the cement, the bricks, the steel support beams, just to build the buildings requires some heavy industry to do.
yeah, and there's also airships.
Airships too, yes. So I would say the thing is that we know that they don't have military applications of technology. So because of that, we can safely say that civilian technology is more advanced than any kind of military technology that ever existed in the pony world.
Also, we know that ponies do have like actual police force, at least in the big cities. But
Right,
then there's
true.
also the Royal Guard, which is probably far older institution.
Well, yes.
So I would imagine something similar in the Zebradom.
So, well, that's actually how policing was done before the modern police. It was soldiers, often a local militia, but it was soldiers that did it. So, as a general rule, I imagine, again, back towards the heartlands, you would have this professional police force, but further out into the provinces, you have a mixture of maybe local police forces in the city combined with a province-wide militia for patrolling the countryside and small rural towns. And further out still, you may even have like a mixture of professional soldiers, local militias, and federal troops from the heartlands acting as your police force further afield than that.
Makes sense.
So, I imagine that they all report into the Federal Bureau of Policing, or rather the Imperial Bureau of Policing, but obviously their standards would vary from how far away they are from the heartlands and how centralized the government is. So as long as they meet their... like, Mooney, you can vouch for this. Like in America, they've got state police, which are the purview of the particular state. You've got local police forces in towns and cities, but you also have police forces like what are they called? Well, like you've got the CIA and the FBI, which are quasi-police forces, mostly the FBI.
So yeah, the FBI in this situation, they do have a actual like response unit that comes in for either doing raids on their purview as a federal police force or acting in situations where it isn't time yet to call the National Guard, but it is a big enough situation where it's like, hey, this is already, just federal crimes that are occurring here instead of state crimes or municipal crimes. And that's when you get the FBI involved as a actual police force, because they do have tactical units.
There's also specific bureaus in America that deal with very specific kinds of crime and enforcement. Like for example,
DEA.
Yep.
Well, yes, but you also got the
ADF.
ATF.
Yes, you also have things like the ICE.
Yes.
Immigration. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Yeah. They're a weird case of they overlap with Border Patrol, which is supposed to do that job as well, and they both exist, and one of them is a complete legal fiction.
Welcome to America, where things just become fucking bizarre.
I mean, we have technically 3 different FBIs that are all for domestic spying, and yet only one of them has any accountability. So, there you
FBI, CIA, NSA.
go. CIA is not supposed to do domestic
No,
spying. If they do it, they're supposed to be executed.
All right.
Yes, the CIA has been known to do domestic spying, but that's not their job. Their job specifically is to monitor external threats.
Yes, and if it becomes internal, it is to be handed over to the FBI. Not that they care to ever do that.
But you have Homeland Security, you've got the FBI, and you've got the
National Security Agency.
Yes.
Homeland security is very much a new thing, but I think we're veering off topic.
We are very off topic, indeed.
It's mostly the idea of you have your federal police force, and then, or whatever you want to call it, your governmental police force, and then you have your more local polices who are for each province. And yes, they communicate with one another, work with the overall government, but for the most part, they are there to deal with provincial laws going and crimes.
Well, here's an interesting question, though. What about public services? Would the government be involved in that? My gut instinct would be very little.
Explain.
So, in the UK, the government is responsible for a number of public services. Like, for example, all nurses and doctors, all police officers, all firefighters, they're all public servants. They're all directly employed by the state to work on its behalf as public servants. Now, in a confederalist system, the only public servants that might exist are potentially police and the military.
Because everything else is delegated to the provincial level.
I mean, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but this tends to be the case.
What you could have as an in between is I'm having a brain fart again.
Okay, how about something like welfare? Would a federation have something like that in play?
Again, it does vary quite a lot. Like, America is quite a strong federalist system. It still has some forms of welfare, though, if you believe Republicans, they want less of that.
Well, let's not bring America into this again.
Let's not bring America into this. But so let's go with something like Germany. Germany is a better example. They have a federalist system and a very strong set of
regulations
and public services are ran by the state.
I'm personally leaning more towards that.
Like, I'd be inclined to agree that might be possible, though obviously the real world is very different than the pony world. In general, I think we can be reasonable in agreeing that the ponies are a lot more benevolent and a lot more neighborly than our world.
Yes.
So, it's a maybe. But erring towards probably. Alright, let's move on to our next topic. Unless there's another government agency that comes to mind.
Uh, well, kind of.
Well, we're happy to hear it.
But kind of relating to the anti-corruption police, but would the zebras, especially at time of war, have in place basically something like a K, KGB?
So a secret police.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting question because if we're looking at the Roman Empire, then yes, they did have a secret police. The Royal Guard, or rather the Praetorian Guard for the Emperor, did act like a secret police both inside and out of the palace.
Mm-hmm.
So it's entirely possible that, depending on the Caesar in question, that they may use their particular Royal Guard as a secret police. Though, do I think that the Caesar, the last Caesar before the end of the world, did so? Maybe not at the beginning of his reign, but maybe as things got more dire, then maybe.
I could see similar, I can see that happening, as things get more dire and things start to slip from hooves basically, and depending on how sane the Caesar is at the end of the war.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no denying that leading a country is
A stressful job.
yes, and leading a country in war more so.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you are not a dictator.
Especially if you've got the added responsibility of, having to live up to generations of your predecessors and what they've achieved.
Yes.
So yeah, monarchies in general, kind of big stinky, because you have to live up to the expectations of your predecessors. Otherwise, be ousted from power because you're just not good enough.
Yeah. Or remembered in history as the guy who fucked everything up.
The guy who lost the empire. I mean, technically that would be correct for the last Caesar, but he lost it in such a way that, everyone loses, so no one gets to remember anymore.
Yeah.
So
Maybe a certain scribe at best, aha, I have read about this.
I read about this completely failed Caesar. He lost the entire empire because he got it blown up. Fantastic job that guy did. Because there is literally no other thing that you could have done during your reign that would, make you look
Stop
good.
that.
Yeah.
That would bump your popularity as much as that. No? I hope
Alright.
you
What is
Well, you can't exactly have... Basically, your popularity ratings are nil because everybody's dead.
I see you did not.
Well, at least his approval ratings got an explosive ratings.
You can't be cooed if no one's alive.
Including yourself.
So what did I miss?
Sauer brought up the idea of that would there be a secret police of some description. I've mentioned the real life example that the emperor in Roman times had his Praetorian Guard, and they would often act as secret police for him. But please, step in and say what you want to say.
So this internal police force that I brought up, the way I imagined it, also had this secret police as part of itself. So they had a public face, but they also had another organization within itself that technically exists if you go into a records office and really read through everything. You can see that there's this thing that exists, and it can do this, it can do that.
I would like to point out that an anti-corruption police having in itself, the secret
Mhm.
police is an extremely dangerous idea.
Indeed, it is.
Like I said, this was a group that appointed itself into the role. They're very idealistic about, unity and content, prosperity, and all that. And they like to think that.
They sound a lot like Section 36 from Star Trek. Or Section 31?
I
don't remember what it was.
It's 31, but I don't know too much about those guys either. I think, let's be honest, yes, Star Trek is not exactly the highest bar for world building. It's very inconsistent.
It is.
But
I would say that, every so often they get it right.
Drifting.
I think, yes.
Yes, drifting.
Yes.
Carry on, Nexus.
So yes, I think we're looking at a group here that very much thinks it knows what's right or good for the rest of the whole. And it had a hand in constructing the mandate of the government, and it works to ensure the government stays within the bounds of the mandate.
Also, if you ask me, for us, if I were to write a story on like this, if I needed to pick one corrupt group of like government, it would be that. Just saying.
They become precisely the thing they fought to prevent.
But perhaps we should move on from this topic to the.
Yes. I would have more to say about that, but again, I think that's too specific as headcanon, and we are getting a bit bogged down in this part of the topics.
Yeah.
Yes. So here's an important issue that should have been brought up in the original story, but it was never really answered. How did the Zebradom government and the Zebradom people in general become so radicalized against the ponies?
So I'll preface this by saying that I don't believe the rest of the populace really ever bought it. I don't believe parts of the government ever really bought it.
You have to go in a bit more detail than just that, though.
Well, you could help me out with this game. We talked about this a lot, I think.
Yes, we did discuss this at length. So, my particular headcanon on what happened was that elements of the government and elements of the population started some sort of a movement, some sort of pseudo-religious anti-lunar cult. That obviously, because cults in wartime have a surprising ability to get traction, managed to become an influential part of both the government and the people's sense of how they were fighting the war. So, what I imagined happened was that they saw this rising movement within the state and thought to themselves, you know what, we could use that. And I'm just saying, religious fanatics make surprisingly stern soldiers.
That's not what we talked about. That's going in an entirely different direction than what we talked about.
Wasn't it? Do you remember what we talked about? Because this is what came to my mind when I remember the conversation.
I remember you pretty much agreeing with what I proposed there was effectively what happened is that this subgroup, I wouldn't call it a cult, but there was a significant number of people within the government that did believe that it really was Nightmare Moon again, and that this group of people had the ear of the Kaiser.
Oh, I see.
And
yes,
what
I
they,
remember now.
yes, in your words, they staged a major restoration of sorts for the Kaiser.
Yes, I remember now. Okay, yeah, I remember this conversation. It was... Yes, a number of individuals in the government honestly believed this idea that they were fighting an existential crisis against Nightmare Moon Returned, as they remembered the last time that a Princess of the Night sat on the throne of Equestria, and they don't want to have that happen again. They believed that the only person that had the authority and power to guide the Zebra Nation to prevent this catastrophe from happening was the Kaiser, and to give him as much broad-ranging powers as possible to conclude the war in that way.
So the way I see it, this might come up later, but I think it was never popular to begin. The war was never popular with the populace to begin with, but there were reasons for it. But as it went on, I'm having so many brain farts. Here, help me out here.
So, as far as I understand, because of where the Zebra homeland is compared to Equestria, at least in the early war, most of the effects of the fighting would be so far away from where the Zebras actually lived that support for the war would have been easy. So, you wouldn't have any need of this particular kind of movement, as it were.
If I may,
Yes.
personally, I would kind of see that this, I'm going to use the word cult here, most likely had important parts of the government under a stranglehold, basically.
Yes. Exactly.
Especially propaganda.
Well,
Is what I'm thinking.
just a general thought here. People who are professional propagandists don't tend to believe their own propaganda.
Yes.
Usually.
So, I imagine what happened there is that maybe someone who did actually genuinely believe it was put into a position of power over the propaganda ministry, and was able to actually put propaganda they believed into place. Because propagandists are the most acutely aware of the fact that no one is immune to propaganda, including yourself.
So my take on this is that they never had the propaganda under their hoof. And that's one thing that led to the megaspells being launched. Is internal police of sorts was starting to crack down on them, you know. They were... What is with me today?
I
You
don't
okay, Nexus?
I don't know. I'm finding it very hard to formulate my thoughts into words.
Welcome to the club.
I have to say I don't quite agree.
Well, we know that the people of Zebraca, at least to some extent or another, became fanatically devoted to getting rid of Princess Luna. At least that's what we know from the equestrian perspective.
From the Western perspective. But
That's not what I'm contesting. I'm mostly contesting that the fanatism was the only reason for the mega spells.
No, I don't believe it was the only reason. It was just... Sorry, Nexus, you going to say something?
So, let me try to say this again. What I think happened is that effectively the walls were closing in around this fanatic group. The military was less and less willing to go along with their bullshit. The internal police was conducting quite a lot of investigations into them.
And
And
so it was.
when they realized that they could no longer have the system under their control, no longer continue keeping Zebradom on the warpath, they made a desperate act of trying to destroy Equestria and, along with it, Princess Luna, or Nightmare Moon as they thought, with the Mega Spells.
So basically, if they weren't in propaganda, they were in the Senate, because that would be
They would have been in probably in multiple aspects of society.
yeah, most likely yes, but to have that sort of power, you would have to have Senate level access to the Kaiser.
Yes, you would have. So senators would probably have fallen under the sway of it for either personal gain or because they actually believed. Because, you know, if you've got an organization that seems to have a meteoric rise, has the ear of the Kaiser already, it never hurts to attach your particular colors to their coattails. Just be sure to, you know, cut your own colors away as soon as possible if the thing starts looking like it's coming down.
Okay, so basically, to summarize, a cult of anti-lunar...
I wouldn't call them cult, but
A movement.
it's-
A movement of people.
A movement of fuck Luna, basically,
Yes.
inserts itself into government, and that's why they're so radicalized against the horse ponies.
Yeah, because it's
Yep.
easier to manipulate small group of influential people compared to all the populace of the nation.
I imagine that, you know, especially in more democratic provinces and tribal homelands, if this movement became stronger and stronger, they probably would, at least in some ways, try to court its attentions to keep themselves in a position to actually do something. Because this is how real politics works. If a movement of people is substantial enough, then politicians do have to, you know, bend a little bit to the will of the demos.
Yes.
Either way, I think they lost support of the populace, or rather, there was no support left for a war at that point.
Because, you know, looking at it this way, what was going on with Equestria at the time? They no longer needed Zebradom coal, because they had almost completed a transition from dirty burning coal to limitless free energy in the form of microfusion.
Or whatever magic bullshit they do.
Yes, or whatever other magical bullshit that exists. They had a military war machine that seemed nigh unstoppable, because it seemed that, much like America when it was roused to fight in World War II, they awakened a great giant and filled it with a terrible resolve. Because while, yes, there were movements of individuals inside Equestria that did not want to fight anymore, it seems to me that the Ministry is actively trying to suppress those people from getting their voice to be heard.
Huh?
In the Ministry of Peace, getting them out of public eye and into treatment. The Ministry of Image, restricting their ability to talk. And just generally, just the Ministry of Morale just blasting people with happy thoughts. Hey, think of happy thoughts. Do happy things. Do good. It would seem to me that Equestria's will to keep fighting was going to be so much more than a people, from what we can see, while had up until this point not seen much of the conflict, had just been grinding on and on and on and on, their life slowly being changed to one of eternal war.
And then consider this from the perspective of the average Zebradom, where, okay, at one point we had economic reasons to fight this war, maybe a couple of political reasons, but all that is long gone. Why are we still fighting this? Why are we throwing our people and resources into this meat grinder? This pointless meat grinder?
This war, it doesn't look like they were going to win anymore. This war that slowly seems like it's beating back against us now. Why not? We've already proven, at this point that we can fight them to a standstill or a near standstill. We've satisfied honor, as it were. What is the harm in a negotiated peace at this point? Because clearly, these Lunarists and their radical beliefs that Luna is going to destroy us all are unfounded. Because if she was going to destroy us all, don't you believe she would have done it when they were losing the war?
And in comes Fluttershy and delivers a mega spell into their hands and going like, "Oh, hello! What's this?"
Time to reverse engineer this into a weapon.
Wu notices your mega spell. What is this?
Yeah.
Basically, I imagine some like what's the word, outward. Walk, help me here. Ulkoministeriö.
Foreign Ministry.
Foreign Ministry,
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, Ministry of Foreign Affairs or whatever entity takes care of foreign diplomacy, basically, gets a mega spell thanks, and immediately reverse engineered.
Well, long story short, I think the Fnatic faction was cornered politically and in every other way, and used the mega spells as a last act of desperation to achieve their goals.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Or try to.
And in response, got basically what they delivered to Equestria. Yeah, lovely.
This is why you don't trust fanatics with MAD, because they don't actually believe that mutually assured destruction is a bad thing.
Shall we move on to such delightful topics such as economics?
Yay!
Yes.
Coins! Feed me coins, Zeeps!
This is the part that I am most weakest at, so...
Okay, so... First things fucking first, while I subside my stiffy, is how is Enterprise organized in the Zebra Empire? Is it mostly a state affair? Is it a private affair? A mixed economy?
So I have some notes on this. I'll read some of it here. So I think it's basically a mixture of state control and private enterprise. So private enterprise is welcomed but tightly regulated. There's a robust system that gradually transfers control over an enterprise to the federal state once it grows sufficiently large. They don't push the owners out, but the needs of the greater whole take precedence, and the federal state puts a lot of effort into preventing individual greed from sabotaging that.
I mean,
Makes sense.
this does continue to go into your particular idea of there's this separate state entity that is a federal police that prevents corruption and fraud from taking place on a governmental level. So it would make some sense that on a lower economic scale, there would be some interference in what we consider the free market.
Yes, so basically if an arms production company got large enough, they would say, okay, so you're ours now. They're not gonna let profiteers dictate what their army has access to, what their army has to fight with.
I suppose that actually is some way of doing it. Though you did mention that they wouldn't force them out entirely, they would still be kept on, because clearly their input and their direction is what made this company successful. So
Yes.
their input is still valued.
I can believe that basically the state gains majority of the shares
Yes.
or whatever, but they still, and the founders or whoever they were still in charge will get compensated for the shares they buy and be kept. in
Yes.
the board of directors.
They're never entirely pushed out of their business, retain an advisor role, and usually receive a generous pension for contributing to the prosperity of all.
Well, nothing would also prevent them from, starting up another company and making that successful either.
Yeah.
So there would be possibly an attitude of never getting too tied down to the thing that made you successful, because it's more that eventually the success we put towards the greater whole, and you can do that success all over again. You get to have the ups and downs and the thrills of having a business rise to the top again.
I can
you
see
never-
basically the Zebra equivalent of John Browning's or whatever can create multiple different small companies, can raise them up and sell them to the province and just start over again.
It's a way to stimulate development and research and all that without letting the free market run amok.
I can just see that at the end of it, there's federal state will have multiple medium companies under its wing producing the same thing.
It also means that monopolies can't form.
Yeah.
Yes,
Which is
that's a very important part of this.
Oh yes, monopolies are the big stinky. For my own personal beliefs, monopolies bad. Don't need to give evidence. They're just bad. So anything that prevents monopolies from forming is a good thing.
I feel like at this point I should mention that Finland has a monopoly of alcohol.
But I've also believed that the monopoly is a state enterprise. Yes.
Yes. It actually has two monopolies: alcohol and gambling.
Yes, both.
But I do want to point out those are both state-owned enterprises. Yes.
Yes.
So that's very similar in a way of having a state-run health insurance company for profit.
Yeah, the thing is with our gambling things, for example, is that it's not run for profit, but it's still morally grey because you're basically feeding it with the gambling habits
Yeah.
for
I think it's
or
more
foundations for that are not actually helping the gambling.
It's more
habits.
that you provide a legal alternative so people don't resort to,
It's much safer to make something that's illicit or potentially harmful to society a white market than a black market.
Fair enough.
Yes, you try to prevent the formation of something of that sort in the first place by having it be under state control.
So we've generally understood that there is a very strong public sector and a private sector which eventually transitions into this public sector.
Yeah, I can see this is a very strong counter to what Equestria is doing, where the private enterprise starts rising up like no tomorrow and start to manipulate the government itself.
Yeah.
Well, in Equestria, it basically the old aristocracy became the new capitalist class.
Yes. Anyway, we can probably move on.
Anyway, yes. Next point, the attitude towards wealth, which is quite important. Nexus had some ideas on this. If you'd like to explain it yourself, Nexus, I'll jump in a moment.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a bit of a more complicated one. So I think that in general, their conception of wealth was fundamentally different from the start. It was measured not. Well, it was and is not measured not on an individual level, but a collective level. So each segment of society is responsible not only for its own, but the other segments of society immediately surrounding it. So wealthy groups, say, are expected to invest not only in the prosperity of their own group, but of their peers and greater social group as well.
So, yeah, the general idea is that you're only as wealthy as the poorest member of society.
Yes. A society is only as strong as its weakest link, which is a sentiment that makes sense in an environment less conducive to civilization than Equestria. So in the earliest days of the civilization, if someone were to begin acting, say, as a landlord of some description, their behavior would have been seen as a threat to the survival of the group.
Monetizing something that everything needs is, for a lot of people, would be seen as a very bad thing to do. Bad form, as it were. Yeah, everyone needs land to live for one reason or another. Everyone needs a home. Everyone needs food.
I also had in the notes here that from their perspective, the answer to social Darwinism, that would be a selfish person's idea of survival of the fittest. I'm not sure this belongs here, but there, for the record.
Yes, it would seem, from what we can suggest here, that Equestria was a lot more social Darwinist. It was definitely still more benevolent than any kind of state that we would know of today.
Yes.
But they definitely cared more about our individual success over everyone else rather than the collective whole. So the zebras, from what we can gather, did have a much stronger sense of collective self.
It's
It
more
began
because
as a defensive thing, so it makes sense. The tribe mentality and
Yes.
community itself, it's more important than than yourself. Basically, you are part of the community. The community helps you. You help the community. That type of thing going on.
yes, since the Equestrians effectively have it easy by being able to control their environment and engineer it in a way, the zebras did not have that luxury.
Seeing
And I
as,
think that would have led the Equestrians to be more open to libertarian ideas, because when everyone's safety and existence is not at risk all the time, then what's the harm in everyone looking after themselves as well?
Though I would offer a small counterance to this, that Earth Pony Society specifically was very collectivist by comparison to other groups.
I think that was by necessity.
That was by necessity, because they're very similar to zebras in a lot of ways. They don't have the same overt access to magic as both Pegasi and unicorns do. So any kind of society that has them as a majority stakeholder would require them to have to work together more, because they have to do everything the hard way. Much like the zebras do. They have to do everything the hard way.
Which is actually shown in the show as well, as the Apple family is pretty large and helps.
Yes, like the Earth Pony families seem to have the strongest sense of collective self of any of the pony races. So it would logically be consistent that a society that doesn't have access to magical races in general would have an even stronger sense of collective self than Earth Ponies do.
That kind of lines up with what I will have to say later on about like the family and social norms and all that. But we'll get there.
Yep.
So
Okay.
here's something a bit more that maybe people who have been quiet thus far could actually step in about. War measures. What do you think the zebras would have done to keep themselves going in the war? Because we know there are plenty of things they could have done. These are things we can draw parallels to our own time. Like, for example, rationing, war bonds. Something that happened in Britain during World War II is that they stole all our fences for metal to produce guns with. So, a little bit of backstory behind that. In the UK, outside your house, you would often have like a very simple metal fence that marks the boundary of your home and your property. During the war, the government basically gave you a stark choice. Either you pay up a quite substantial amount of money to keep your fence, or you turn it over.
I guess it's similar occur in the Zebra lands, not on the metal front, but on the gem front.
Yes, so
Give us your tools.
turn over your fucking family jewels, motherfucker, or we're gonna fucking take them off you.
Yeah, because it was stated that the Zebras heavily use gems for their magical or artifacts and such. And when their main source is at war with them, they have to make do with whatever source they can.
I think it wasn't just their weaponry, it's just their technology in general relied quite heavily on it. Both
Yes.
industrial and domestic and all that.
So yeah, when
Because
the
you
main
know, if it was just about weapons technology, you wouldn't go to a war of this scale over it, wouldn't you?
You
Yeah,
just
definitely.
find means of producing weapons without them.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely, as the main exporter is now at war, you find alternate sources. There may be some other smaller states that can produce some for the Zebra Nation's effort, but that's not enough.
Yes. But speaking of rationing, I could see at least at the um, later stages of war, rationing became a lot tighter, as they usually do in long wars. Sugar, coffee. Usually it wasn't necessarily so much food as it was technically luxury food items or things that were difficult to get. And we don't know if, I don't know, zebras had a shit ton of like sugar cane somewhere, but I would wager that certain food items were naturally rationed.
Things like here's a history from Britain once again. Everything was heavily rationed in Britain during the war, right up until like 1955, well after the war had stopped.
I think that was more because of the general size of your nation, how much it relied on imports.
Oh yes, that is true, but there were some things that were not rationed, believe it or not. Like for example, fish and chips specifically was not rationed. You can buy as much of that as you had money to purchase it.
Yeah, I if you think about it, those are things that were not part of army rations. When you approach it from that perspective, the sort of things that you would need to keep an army of war going, those would probably be rationed.
Yes, so obviously like staple long-term food storage, so things like grains and potatoes, those would be heavily rationed because you need those for your soldiers because they keep.
But if it's something that is much more perishable and you can produce locally, then, well, have at it.
Which in UK standard, fish off the shores, potato, well, grows
But
at that
everyone can
latitude.
grow potatoes. Basically,
Yes.
potatoes can grow in just in spite of you. They just grow everywhere. Like they're pretty much
2 billion menace.
corn and potatoes, the two crops that will grow in just about any kind of soil.
Spots
two
are
billion
eternal,
menace.
except Ireland.
Yeah.
Because that's a thing that might happen. They might actually have accidentally got like famines and blights because they're over reliance on certain staples.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Also, something like corn is fairly bad for, in terms of nutrients. In the other side of things, I think that potato is fairly nutritious compared
It is
to.
very nutritious.
But
Yes.
it's not exactly the most. Unless we're talking about mash powder, then it's not exactly the most reliable thing long term. It tends to go bad.
I mean,
Yes.
as long as you keep it in the dark and keep it generally quite cool, it will keep for at least 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, but compared to the alternatives, it's not the best choice.
Well, also don't forget that you've got potentially magical preservation methods available.
Yes.
So we can definitely agree that rationing to one form or another definitely existed.
I don't think it was extreme.
Not World War II levels of extreme, I think.
Yes.
But
Just
at
because of the
of the
general.
war, where money has already basically been like at the tail end of the war, where the war has already become a money sink. At that point, rationing would have become more prevalent.
Personally, I think the federal government would have done as much as it could in its power without sabotaging the war effort to minimize the effects felt at home. Because, like I said before, I think it was never a very popular war to begin with, so they want to keep the populace from feeling its effects too much to maintain support more.
Yeah.
So we do have other things that may have happened, like war bonds and hyperinflation. So typically, when a government needs money to fight its war effort, because you don't have people on the front line fighting and dying, your tax base is going to be lowered, for obvious reasons. So often governments in that time issue war bonds to raise funds or just print more money so they can actually cover their expenditures. Do you think that these are things that they would do?
Perhaps. I've no real knowledge or opinion on these things.
I will say, considering the force they are fighting against, I would say yes. Because especially as the war goes on, they will need every single little bit they can just to keep that machine of industry at bay.
Also, war bonds is yet another form of propaganda. Support your troops. Buy more. Support. You do not buy. You are not a patriot. You do not support our nation.
Support
Also-
your brave boys in uniform? Buy war bonds.
Also, it doesn't have to be war bonds that are given, because around here in World War II times, the government actually accepted rings as a sort of support. Gold rings and such, because those would be sold over.
So while we are calling it war bonds in this document and in this talk, it doesn't necessarily need to have been war bonds as they were in World War II in some countries. Hell, it could have been like, give us your old pots and pans.
Well, yes, like how they confiscated the fucking fences. I'm never going to get over that one.
Absolutely not.
You love your fences.
I think that comes down to the particular situation of Britain.
Yes. Hyperinflation, I feel like that is perhaps a thing that we can't really determine, because it depends on so many things. It's not just we started a war. Take Germany in Second World War with huge hyperinflation, but that was also because of the previous World War, which affected. So basically, I do not see the Zebra nation having gone quite to that level of hyperinflation, like where fools are playing with literal money, because that's how little worth it had.
I'm not an economist, so I can't say anything on the matter because it delves a bit too deeply into these things. And as Sarah said, it's so intertwined with multiple aspects.
All right.
So I can say that it's unlikely it will occur because the Zebra Nation still has trading partners in its client states. So there's still money to be flowing around.
And if these territories were amassed ages ago, then there wouldn't be like a previous war or something else that would have taxed the government so much in terms of money.
All right then. Well, from there, let's move on to our last economic topic. The standard of living for the average zebra. So, would you think that it'd be equivalent to, greater than, less than that of an equestrian citizen at the outset of the war?
I would say it would be about the same. Like, of course, a war of this size, it was still a big war for two nations with fairly small amount of, war experience and war-focused society. Things would still take us some form of a dip, basically.
The only thing I can say is that, like, equestrian standard of living, I think would have gone up since the start of the war.
In a way, yes. In terms of industry, definitely.
Yes.
But at the same time, stuff like here are cheaper materials for fabric, or stuff like, well, in World War II, nylon stockings became a huge popularity in compared to silk or other more
Yes.
expensive.
But there was also one step even further beyond that. Meat stockings for people too poor to afford nylon.
So basically, I would imagine something like this would have happened to some amount, at least in terms of fashion or other such goods.
But so this is what I generally think. The equestrian standard of living, the average would have gone up. But the fact is there would be still a huge pool of the reserve army of labor because of the nature of their war machine and a more individualistic focus on how they saw wealth. Wealth inequality would have grown much greater. So the average has been pulled up by more people having much greater standards of living compared to what most people are actually going through.
Also, something to consider for the equestrian side of the living standards thing. Oh, well, I suppose both sides. Just remember how it was a big deal, wartime stress disorder, how big a deal it was.
Yes.
So obviously, while materially things might have been improving, mentally it was quite obvious taking a huge toll on them.
Yeah.
And standard of living, at least I don't think it's just material standards.
No, of course it isn't. And in the fic we know that there was a goddamn war syndrome on children who basically didn't see the war ever actually ending and basically felt fatigue from it.
Yeah, there were children who were born who only ever saw the war. So, I think this is in countenance to what I think the zebras would have experienced where everyone's standard of living went down a bit, but no one really saw a huge decrease personally. Like, everyone went down roughly together.
Yeah, so
Because go on.
so I could basically see that they were mirrors to each other, while equestrian side, the material standard of living went up and the mental living went down. I feel like, as due to how the zebra society is so much more focused on like more than yourself.
The community,
Yeah, it
Yeah.
may have tanked on, well, not tanked, but lowered on the material side because you don't hoard things to yourself as much. But the mental side went up.
basically led to people spending more time with each other, and helping each other out.
Especially
yeah.
where, well, oh, your son died. Well, I'm not going to leave you there alone to feel the ramifications of that. Come on over and live here for
The
a couple
whole
of weeks.
the whole village has lost a son, not just you.
Yes.
Well, this kind of goes a little bit into their social norms and how they see the world. So that is our next topic. So I feel that we should move on to that.
Yes.
So, traditions. And we start off with social traditions. Very first topic is like social norms. What kind of social norms would you expect to see the Zebra Society to have compared to Equestrian Society?
Well, like we mentioned before, the
A strong sense of collective self.
yes. I would likely see big families are a thing, and it's not
Yes.
necessarily in the form of parents and shitload of children, but rather that there are multiple generations. There might be grandparents or aunts and uncles, and then there are parents and their children, like in that sort of way. Big
Extended
families.
family living in proximity to each other.
Yes. Which is
Yes, I agree.
standard in some human cultures still. And I can see that being the case here as well.
But there must be other social norms that you can think of.
Well, social norms is a bit vague, I think.
Granted, we go probably into more detail with more specific social attitudes on certain things. But, you know what, let's just move on to our next topic. I think we'll end up covering that in kind of piecemeal.
Yes.
So, social classes and castes, do you feel that they have any? And if they do, how would they be determined?
Well, they would have some form of social class or caste. I wouldn't say they have a caste system much like India used to have.
So
I don't think it's
I think
that.
we discussed this at least a little bit last time, where they had like a soft caste system.
Yes.
Sort of, yeah.
I believe we discussed it that certain tribes have certain things that they're kind of predisposed and encouraged into doing, but there's no requirement that they do it. Like, you can have properly that aren't good with mechanics, and in fact, like shooting people for a living, they become soldiers. You can have Mendi that aren't that good at healing people, but are really good at keeping books. So, I think we've kind of answered that one. They're kind of determined a little bit by their tribal status. So, which tribe did they belong to? Though it isn't, strictly speaking, a hierarchy as it is more like a it's more like it's organized horizontally rather than vertically.
Yeah. And in a way, I could see, because zebras have the glyph mark, which is more general when compared to the pony cutie marks.
Yes, there's a lot more
I could-
interpretation involved.
Yes, which means they would have more leeway in what is your place in society, basically. Like your tramp stamp looks vaguely like a book. Well, how about you become a scribe? No? Okay, a librarian, yes.
A writer.
Yes. Something like this. And I feel like different tribes have, again, like you said, different values on what they place higher than others. There might be a tribe that, for example, places high value in the written word, for example. So someone who is a scribe or mathematician or a writer would get basically a higher class than a farmer.
There still are traditional understandings of hierarchy here too, because obviously that there is a hierarchy from the Kaisar downwards.
Mm-hmm.
So they do have some concept of traditional kinds of class, but I imagine that there are only a couple of different steps to it. There's less intermediary steps.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably don't have like a what we would consider like a Marxist definition of class either.
Probably not. I mean, at least not as, let's say, strict.
No.
Of course, there would be some general merchant class kind of thing. Like, okay, yeah, there are these people who have mostly focused on selling goods, acquiring goods.
Well, the merchant.
But
Not to sound a bit too like I know what my theory is, but just being a merchant doesn't necessarily make you a different class than someone who works in a factory. Not necessarily.
I think Chinese ideas of society are an example of that. There, for example, merchant was below, say, a peasant.
Japan also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where merchant classes were seen, and it was because you didn't produce things yourself.
Yes. You weren't an artisan who made something with your hands. You weren't a farmer who produced labor in the fields for food. You weren't a soldier who was lending his arm for their feudal lord. You were simply
living off of other people's work.
Yes, you're living off other people's labor. So, the people's understanding of class would vary quite dramatically here. So, you could reasonably argue that, seeing as we've generally come to the consensus that wealth is differently understood here, they obviously wouldn't have the same kind of class antagonism between people who work for a living and those who made a factory. Because eventually, if that factory was successful, it would be put towards the common good.
Yes.
So, classes would be more determined about how much influence you have within society, rather than how wealthy you are.
Most likely, and perhaps more about what you can bring to the fold, rather than like, you have one factory. Well, that's great, but we have this person here who basically produces most of the food here. So
everyone wants to be his friend because he owns all the food.
Yes. So you make your fucking pens or whatever. Okay, that was maybe a little a little what's the word? Well, never mind. Gender roles.
Yes, gender roles. Tolerance of non-standard gender roles, multiple gender identities, and what would their roles be within society. These are all big things that I think many of us probably have some interesting ideas on. So, the fact is that many of the societies that seem to have been common cultural draw points for the zebras tend to have non-standard genders and gender roles in their societies that they're drawing from. Like, for example, everyone seems to use like African society in general as a draw point for zebras. Before Europeans turned up, they did have many different tribal groups in Africa had ideas of multiple genders and gender identity.
And then you have the other influence, which is Imperial Rome, where, for example, while technically the gender roles were still kind of strict, there were still things that, for example, women could do that wasn't really a norm in other societies. Owning land, for example.
That was unusual, especially for the time.
Yes. Like, what is this woman having actual fucking land? What is this? And then there's like, yeah.
And
of course, it kind of depended on multiple factors. Were you a free man? Were you a Roman citizen? Were you and so on? Were you from a wealthy family and similar things?
yeah, like obviously women weren't allowed to hold physical power and hold office. That was something that was denied them in the Roman Republic and afterwards. But the saying goes, this is mostly an Italian saying, that the man may be the head of the family, but the wife is the neck, and the neck gets to control where the head is turned.
Yeah. And at the same time, I can kind of see that while, and especially maybe in Italy, it has kind of became that women do have some like absolute power in the home itself, to the detriment of men. But
so I would argue that they probably do have non-standard genders, and gender identity is just a thing that exists. Like, I don't think that that's all that controversial from what we've been able to see. Though that their acceptance would largely depend upon which particular tribes that they came from. Like, at least one example comes to mind. If we're going from homelands as a description, the Carnelia, they're really very strong on their traditional gender roles, and very strict on their gender binary.
That's more because some brought them as obsessed with making babies and, bring more life in the world, which let's not get into that.
yes, but yes, I could see that their understanding of gender has likely been modified by the multiple tribes, and it does vary a little from tribe to tribe and from client state to client state. But overall, fairly equal.
But let's go with, the two typical gender identities, male and female. What would their roles be in society? Because there are things that are expected of men and women in our own society, so what would they be expected in theirs?
Well, this is, of course, purely headcanon, basically, which I would like to say that mares are not completely tied to the home.
No, I wouldn't be inclined to believe that either. Because we already understand that in this world, like equestrian society is a lot more matrilineal than we would expect, seeing as a lot of their culture is based upon European and American culture. So, this is one thing I found that was quite interesting that Somber did in Homelands. Typically, it was that men are considered not necessarily the breadwinners, but are expected to be the front face of the family. If you're going to be having a negotiation with another family or other kinds of group units, the man of the family is expected to be your face. But what actually goes on behind closed doors is entirely the purview of the mayors of the family. So what precisely your family is producing, what assets do they have, the running of all those assets, that's entirely the purview of them.
So that's basically how Norse societies worked.
Something like
While
that.
men did, in fact, go raid England merrily and came back, it was pretty much the moment you stepped on through your to your home, women took the reins. They handled money, for example. Because math basically was seen as a woman thing. It was basically magic. And magic was seen as a feminine thing. So, which is kind of funny, because especially magic in Norse societies were thought to be, like I said, feminine thing. But Odin was known to use magic. So he was kind of strange in terms of norms.
I mean,
That they
he
held.
was effectively the big cheese. He could do whatever he wants.
Yes.
When you're the king of the gods, you make the fucking rules.
Yes, but at the same time he was considered basically having tapped into a feminine side. As much as I understand. My religion is not the Asine religion, so I cannot say this for 100% certainty. But
Do you have anything you wish to say, Mooney? You've been very quiet on all this.
This isn't my specialty. Go on.
Oh. Whack, you have anything you want to add? Whack?
Yeah, nothing bad on my end. That's pretty extensive.
Alright then, well, let's move on to our next topic then. Acceptance of non-heterosexuality.
I feel like, considering their concept of family and community, non-heterosexuality wouldn't necessarily be a problem.
I'm thinking that since it draws from both pre-European African societies and Roman society, then it would be, depending on the times, depending on how things are, they'd probably be okay with people being non-heterosexual, regardless of what particular sexual identity they identify as.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
yeah, go on.
as far as I'm concerned, going back to this whole, the good of the whole thing, I think as long as I guess that's pretty much what you said, as long as the situation as long as it doesn't affect the good of the whole, then do whatever you want. It's your
Yeah.
business.
Like, I could see that it's more individual basis. Basically, like,
Yes.
pressure may be put on a person who is an only child. Like, you have to give us a heir. But if you're one of the 7, like, go ahead.
Well, also
Screw
that-
your own gender if you want to. Go ahead. No, because you are still like, your biological lot in life has been basically filled. Someone else is technically, carrying the load. That's a little asshole way to put it.
Yeah, it's
It's a situation
one
of
way to say.
family's continuity is already spoken for, so it doesn't matter so much.
Yeah.
So it's, hey, so what if we don't have, 60 grandchildren from our 7 kids? That's fine. We can handle just having 20 from the 3 that are producing offspring.
But at the same time, I can see something like, okay, you are our only child. We do not ask you to marry this person that you do not necessarily find very attractive. But could you please make us one heir, and then you can, like,
bonk as many
Go
people
back
as you
to
want
your-
after this. Just
Yes.
please squeeze me out the grandchild.
Even
Yes.
then, I think within that, they probably have a high acceptance of adoption, where it's just like, hey, just have this, bring this person into the family and have them
Yes.
as your kid. It's
Yes.
just continuing the family, because it's just,
Well-
it's more of a
Yes.
herd mentality of a family than a, individualistic, progression of biology.
yes.
So you're suggesting that family is more than just the biological components of that?
Yes, because
Yes.
it is more to the herds that they probably colonize areas with. It's like, this is our group who is basically our extended family, and so long as that continues, it doesn't matter so much.
But at situations where, let's say, this isn't for some reason isn't an option. I can't come up with any reasons, but let's imagine that's a situation. 10, maybe there might be like, give us a grandchild.
I mean, if you
And-
have too many people in a group, then there might even be pressure to not have kids,
Well, that's
Yeah.
something we do
because that
see.
could also be a liability.
That's something we do see in nature, that rates of animal homosexuality tend to increase more when groups are doing well.
Yeah, because it prevents overpopulation, which, and there's arguments to be made about overpopulation's actual existence, but that's beside the point.
I would say that, let's just make a small point on that. In non-sapient populations of creatures, overpopulation is definitely a thing, because they don't have the means
Yeah.
to alter their environment. But if you have sapience, it's less of a thing. It doesn't really exist, because the ability to innovate and convert land into a land that you can use is much greater than how much your population will ever increase by.
Also, I am not entirely I do not like the idea of, we are doing well, boom, you're gay. That doesn't, no. Like,
It's less of that and more
Yeah.
like a situation where it's like, you are more able to just pursue a non-reproductive relationship. So people are like, it's not that, oh boom, you are now gay. It's more of, hey, your
There's-
normal just line of companionship doesn't have to also be reproductive.
There's less
think-
social pressure on having children.
There's also, I think, one way that it could manifest is that you just get given contraceptives, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Your family provides them for you, and you know why they're doing it. They're not saying it,
mhm.
so you just roll with it, maybe.
And from which we come to basically marriage.
Are they a thing?
I mean,
Probably.
probably. I
I
would
don't-
imagine civil unions are more common than what we think of as marriage in real world traditionally.
And
Yeah.
like just herds. Okay, this might be just my
Yeah,
head
that too.
canon, but like, and it's not necessarily like a harem sort of thing where it's one man, several women, depending on wealth, but more like if you can sustain multiple partners completely like
So various forms of
derp.
polyamory exist.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna, if no one else brings it up, I was gonna say that I think they just have like free-form polygamy as the standard.
Mm-hmm.
So if people want to have a monogamous relationship, they can, but they will have polygamous relationships. Well, I say polyamorous rather than polygamous because it's not always
bad.
one man, multiple women. So polyamorous relationships are more commonplace.
Yeah, and
it's
more normalized.
It's sort of I think it's sort of like a natural consequence of a society that organizes itself like this in large blocks, large family units, where you're just exposed to more people all the time. You're closer to more people all the time,
well,
emotionally.
That does actually kind of answer the second question too. Are non-standard marriages a thing? I would say yes. You might get married to multiple different partners.
It might be a case of that the standard for them is you have a partnership with multiple people in most cases. It's the people who only have one where it's kind of like, well, that's a little different, but there's probably like family tragedy behind that.
Perhaps. Or maybe they're just not comfortable with having lots of partners. Like, if it's down to more individual basis at this point. If you're only comfortable with having one partner, I suppose that's what they'll have.
That's what happens. Because it's like my mind goes to due to the family structure is much more interchangeable to the point that basically the family within itself does communal child rearing. It would be also a situation of it's like people's places in a relationship is more fluid, so there's basically a less individualized set for one person, two people are that relationship. It's like it's more messy.
Yeah, and I would say that in this case there would be less of the main wife and the other wives thing or husbands. Like it's more like
there's less
all in
third
the
wheels
same,
here.
all in the same like general
Though
status.
This does raise a potential societal problem. This is a societal problem that you have when you do have multiple wives, multiple husbands, taking concubines and having a wife and such. That their children are all legitimate, and you would want to pass down what you've acquired to them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in that case, you can resort to meritocratic mechanism.
You could, but again, that still encourages familial backstabbery and potentially familial assassination, kinslaying. So you actually get more of the inheritance.
Yeah, you can take a look at the Ottomans and how well that went.
Yeah, and so I would also say that while this version of polyamory is quite nice, yes, and it would be nice to imagine it as this utopia where everyone's happy, most likely it's not completely free of problems. For example, what if one of the, let's say, parental units does not carry their weight? What if one cannot conceive? What if...
Yes, so...
Yes.
Here's my thought. The more rural your particular subsection of society is, the more likely this kind of polyamorous relationship would appear. Because you obviously have less to give out. The more urbanized the population gets, the more monogamy takes hold.
Yeah. To that point, I would also say, given the society in general we have built up to be more group oriented, it would be less of, oh, this, hey, this stallion who is of our parental group has died and now we're passing out their stuff. It's like, no, it's the family's communal holdings. There's no like will sort of situation that, like, in the more cosmopolitan city-based stuff, that probably is a thing because it's like they're more likely to be separated into individual family units over this herd sort of
More
situation.
communal kind of understanding of family.
Yeah.
Also, this jumps a little back to the law parts, but I would say that this is naturally reflected in some of the laws that they have in place, especially inheritance laws, to
Yes.
stop the backstabbing and the my child or I am better than you and your child.
Yeah.
I mean, in the situation of the fact that it's just held by the family and isn't like a patriarch or a matriarch holds it in their name, is instead in the name of the family, it makes it a lot harder to do that sort of backstabbery because it's like, what do you mean it's yours? The family owns this.
You can use it. You already can use it. You haven't lost it. It just shifted ownership to a different part of the family.
Yeah. It's like, oh, the current, kind of like de facto manager of our holdings died. Well, who does it go to next? Probably the next person with the best talent to do it, and most of the family's been like, yeah, no, that person, instead of just being like one person who has a fucking ego being like, it's mine now, and everyone's like, you're the egotist of the family, get the fuck out.
And while again it's not a perfect system because there, for example, okay, you do get the assets or let's say power over the assets of the family, and then you go and squander them away. That's still a problem, even if it is in the family.
It is a problem, but that's definitely a way to get ostracized from the family immediately.
Yeah, like it doesn't really matter if you are the sole stallion in the group. Like, did you just use all our money to gamble? Yeah, get the fuck out. I
Well-
would imagine that they don't really have in this way, they also don't necessarily have like a patriarchal society or a purely matriarchal society either. They're more of a mix of both. In general, then there are probably smaller tribes who lean more to one or
One
the
way
other.
or the other, yeah.
Yep.
So, we're moving kind of onwards to the sanctity of a marriage. How sacrosanct do you think that they hold their marriages, if at all?
I get the impression not necessarily very.
I would imagine that there is certain kind of sanctity to marriage. Like you are not allowed, or at least it's frowned upon to have multiple partners and still venture out
Okay, I
willy-nilly,
see.
at least. Basically, like, I would feel that in some ways, well, of course, in a polyamorous relationships, honesty is key. You have to be upfront what is allowed, what is not allowed. Can you have extramarital relationships? Do you have to tell your significant others that you are seeing someone on the side? Or, for example, are you allowed to introduce a new member into your family without basically like introducing them to the family? Or can you just go like, hey, third person on the fold? Yeah, nah.
I also see that this is also another societal problem, potentially. tactical marriages become a lot more open all of a sudden.
What do you mean?
Marriages that increase your societal status or increase the overall value of your family are
Yeah.
much more open now all of a sudden, because you're not potentially limited to just one partner.
Yeah, welcome to political marriages.
Yeah,
So-
Yeah,
okay.
like I actually have a character that comes from such a family.
Before all the senatorial families are basically intertwined in one way or another.
The
Oh,
entire
no.
political class is interbred like fuck.
I mean,
And-
hey, that was Europe during World War One, so
Yeah, and I mean, I could totally. Speaking of going back to social classes, matchmakers, not in the sense of you two marry because your parents said so, but more like matchmaker is the person who checks that you are not, for example, related. You are not.
So
They
like a
check
genetic
that this
record keeper.
unification is valid.
So like a genetic gatekeeper, as it were, to prevent interbreeding.
Yeah, yes. In a society that is that much technically looser with its concept of who you can marry, or not who you can marry, but
Who you're going to do the horizontal tangle with.
yes, you would need some reassurance that you are not.
Going to have a child with like 5 legs, 3 eyes, and
The Hasbrook chin.
the Habsburg chin.
I was about to say that you do not go the way of the Habsburgs.
Jesus Christ, that family had a heck of a fucking jawline, especially on
Yes.
the women.
Yes, but yes,
in
I
that
would see
case-
that be a social class, and probably a fairly important one.
Yeah.
At the
Right.
same time, I would see that would be something that families do themselves with the regard of keeping very clear family trees. Because it's just like, hey, let's make certain that we're not, already like 7 layers of interbreeding, which is okay for equines, but it's still, eventually going to be a problem.
Mhm.
I also imagine because of this much more broad kind of marital understanding, cousin marriages probably wouldn't be a thing. There'd be no reason to do it. You wouldn't be looking to keep things in the family all that much.
Yeah,
True.
that's true.
And just this hopefully wouldn't need to be said, but I don't think child marriages are a thing.
There would be no
Yeah.
point because you could just join a family through any member of it who's like, yeah, you're cool, come on in.
I wouldn't say that child marriage is a thing, but I imagine that, because family relationships are a lot more fluid, there'd be less of a problem that if you were very close friends with someone as a child, there probably wouldn't be a problem with them once they came the age of majority that they just marry just because.
Or, I can kind of see it be some sort of accepted standard that your parents are probably going to push you a little to that direction because it's familiar. It's someone they know, someone they at least hope to know that will treat you well instead of someone more on the outside.
And also, seeing as you might not necessarily always be pushed to make a political marriage, because marriages are so much more fluid, there's less emphasis on having to push a marriage that's going to advantage your family.
Yeah.
However,
Yes.
there is one question that does rise from all of this. Marrying outside your tribe.
I wouldn't see much of a problem with it.
So, in that regard, I bet it probably is seen slightly more political for marrying outside of the tribe just because, oh, hey, you're probably doing it because they have something that your tribe doesn't have. So it's getting you a easier stake in that to better trade. But for the most part, it's probably like, well, what if they, grew up around one another or something like that. They probably just shrug. It's just like, whatever. They know each other. It's fine. But when it's
Yeah.
like kind of like sudden, it's kind of like there's some questionability to it. That normally happens. It's like, well, why are you doing this? It's like, okay.
Yeah, like I can totally see some mother be like, why are you bringing this Mendy woman into the fold when there are very good, I don't know, Starcutter here? Like that sort of complaint, and then the poor
Why are you
guy or
muddying the
or
family
gal-
bloodline with this filthy Mendy?
Why can't you just marry one of our 7 neighbor families? Why do you have to go clear across the continent? It's like, well, I went to school over there. Fuck you. That's legitimately how it probably goes in their more modern system. It's just like,
Yeah.
well, I went to school over in, Rome. Fuck off. I found someone there. It's like, fine.
Fine,
Yeah.
I'll get all of your brother, cousin, sisters to fucking marry who I want them to.
They already have.
Mom, lay off! This is my life!
You already have 7 people who've married within the local neighborhood. You
And I
don't
wanted
need
to
the
make
8.
that 8!
Well, have another kid, damn it! I'm not doing it.
Yeah, like and of course it can depend on, from family to family, because if your grandparents or parents are of the sort who like to have control, that's probably going to be a bit more of a problem, that you may not have as much of a choice in who you marry. But that's always on individual basis.
Yes. On average, it probably is a very much, if you find love, great. If you find someone that you can just, tolerate being around for as, a life partner, cool, whatever. It's marriage is probably very loose in that regard, and it's like, if it falls out, it falls out.
And because it's such a big entity, basically, I can see situations of abuse to go basically both ways. You can be entirely screwed because no one in that unit works for you in defending you against abuse, or other way around. They come together and the abuser gets the boot.
Yeah. And I think that probably is more of an issue with someone who is marrying within their own tribe, because it's like, well, everyone else knows everyone else, so it's like, who are they going to side with is more of an issue than if you're marrying from outside the tribe, where you can just go back to your family and just be like, well, they're a fucking bunch of assholes, and then there's a slight blood feud that goes on for a few generations.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love fucking blood feuds?
I mean, listen, I have a family history.
What, is it a family
so
getting
this
shot
is-
in the fucking head?
Yes, actually. Hi, I'm descended from Abraham Lincoln.
Good God. I know your husband got shot got shot, Mrs. Lincoln, but how was the play?
Oh no.
Can't
Okay,
do a full
maybe.
review because it was interrupted partway through.
Oh no. Perhaps we should move on from.
Yes, child rearing.
Child rearing.
And
Right.
with this, I actually do have a thought on it because of living in a much more fluid family that is pretty large. Communal family rearing is probably going to be how things go, because people are going to be in and out of doing different bits of work, so you're not going to always just be like, well, here's your mom or here's your grandparents. Just like, hey, here's a member of the family. They're
Right.
going to be raising you with your cousins and siblings.
Yes, you often
Also-
have, like,
also
older brothers
never
and sisters involved in your child rearing, along with, more distant family members, like older second cousins and such.
And just your closest neighbors. And just basically in this society, don't ever expect to get away with doing wrong as a child. If you stole an apple, they will know.
They'll know before you even committed the crime.
Yeah, pretty
Probably.
much.
It's basically the Italian grandma who knows everything and will hear everything.
Nonna knows what you did wrong.
I mean,
Don't
yeah.
need for CCTV when you can just ask the corner street camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nonna
and
knew what
that's-
you did, and Nonna's disappointed.
And to Sarah's point of, well, also neighbors, not just, your immediate family, that also would be a thing in a lot of the more rural places, but I also would see it cropping up even more in more metropolitan areas because of the fact that you don't have that extended family, so, like, your entire apartment complex bands together to be an impromptu herd in that regard. Like, someone will always be around to mind the kids on one day or another and make sure that they get to school or whatever. Because basically everyone's like, well, we don't have our normal family structure to support this, so let's go talk to our neighbors, and everyone, basically forms an impromptu new tribe out of that.
And I can see that in larger cities, being a single parent, which might sometimes happen, you don't have much family left that died or something else, you're very quickly basically adopted into your apartment complex family. Like, we take care of you and your child and so on. Also,
the whole saying, it takes a village to raise a child, is taken
Yes.
very seriously.
yes.
To be fair, that's also probably how family or child rearing is handled after the bombs fall on Equestria, because it's like, we can't, expect someone to always be raising, the kids. We're going to have rotating people watch over, the gaggle of children and their cohort, so that way, people can do the tasks that we need to have a settlement survive. Because that's very akin to what, the Zebra Nation would have been early on, and even now with how their family units work. It's like,
They were much more prepared for the post-nuclear life.
yes.
Well, prepared for
I mean,
life.
I could kind of see, like, after the world went to shit, zebras were mostly like, okay, yeah, getting food is a little bit more difficult, and I guess there are creatures more deadly now, but
Let's organize some hunting parties.
otherwise, yeah, like,
We just,
there wasn't necessarily a huge societal change.
it was
Yeah,
more of a back to business thing
Yeah.
after the
It's like,
Chaos
oh,
War.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we lost a bunch of industrial manufacturing methods. Well, that's a shame, but at the same time, we don't need it because we're not shipping, 3/4 of our industrial bases production overseas to fight some useless war.
Mm-hmm. Age of maturity?
Yes, age of maturity, and the age of expected independence. So,
Well,
Okay, first off, is expected age of independence really a thing, even in a societal
when are you
structure like this?
expected to, start looking to have where your part of the family starts coming into play? When are you expected to be working on your own and not have the family be supporting you?
Basically, when you move from being the supported to being the supporter.
Yes. When are you gonna? When is it expected you to start contributing to the family rather than being contributed to?
Yeah. And in that regard, it's probably on the younger side where it's like, okay, you're mostly grown at this point, so it's time to get you to not just develop your mind, but also your body.
Yeah, I'd say teens.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Though
Time to put your big boy pants on and start working.
Yeah.
So, I would say that the age of majority is probably like 16, because that's where most Western nations put it nowadays.
Yeah.
It's usually between
will-
16 and 17. 16 and 18, sorry.
And I would lean on that as well because it's a point where it's like, okay, you've gone through most of your physical growth. Now it's time to get you to, find your place in doing stuff and, give a bit back to the family. We're not expecting you to do everything, but it's getting you geared into that situation.
I mean, the age of majority isn't necessarily the age you're expected to be standing on your own 2 feet, or 4 feet in this circumstance. It's when you are considered an adult and from a legal perspective. When is it you are able to vote, volunteer for the military, stand on jury service, things like that? When do your responsibilities as a citizen come into play?
And that could very well be a gradual thing.
Yeah, that would be the most reasonable thing. I mean, there's a reason why countries smarter than the United States ease on everything instead of just dumping it all at 1 year, which is really stupid.
I would honestly say it would depend on issue to issue, but it would probably be a varying degree of like 16 to 20 is when things will start being given to you.
Yeah. Because it's like, hey, you're 16, you are mostly through the phases of growing up. You've kind of figured out a bit of things that you are good at. You are autonomous enough that we don't need to hold your hoof the entire time. Here you go. Here's, we're going to treat you like one of the adults at the table. We're not going to give you all the responsibilities, but we're going to treat you like one.
Okay.
And then ramps up from there.
And maturity is slightly different again, is when is it considered that you are 100% an adult and are not expected to be supported any further?
That's
and
probably
also where you are considered able to consent to sex, basically. Also,
again,
where you are considered a good age to marry off.
Yeah, I would say that probably would be a few years later than majority, just for the sake of it's like, okay, we've now seen you actually acting like an adult for a couple years and taking on those responsibilities, so here you go. And it's just like, okay, you've also taken away during that time a bit more and more of the support as they are able, handle themselves. Like, it just seems like a logical progression.
Yeah.
So, majority 16, maturity 18, 19, and full independence about 21.
About
Something like
so,
that.
yeah.
Because that gives enough wiggle room for like people to, sometimes be legally considered it earlier. Because I bet it's something that's legally, it's that the people who rear you basically declare that you've achieved this over just being a specific number. Just that way they can better handle things in the family to get someone where they should be over just being like, well, you're 21 now, get out the fucking door.
Yeah. Speaking of which, getting out of the door, who are expected to stay basically in your family home and who are expected to leave? Because even with, and especially with how polyamorous the society is, at some point it will be that you can't support all that could possibly live under your house or your roof.
So okay.
My thought is a bit more equitable than what happens in a lot of societies where it's excess males are basically told get out and start your own herd somewhere else. This would probably be more of the older ones are the ones who are going to be staying around because it wasn't certain that they were going to have more kids who survive sort of situation. So it's the younger ones are the ones who are like, okay, you don't have as many obligations to the family, get out there and find some place for yourself.
Makes sense.
Yes, basically the moment that you can, you have potentially another partner or partners, I would think that would be the point where you're expected to leave.
Yeah. Because it's a situation of hey, you can support yourself. You've started your own basically support network through multiple friends or lovers or whatever. Go ahead and get your own place. We'll help
But
you
not
with
too
that.
far.
Yeah. It's a situation of, hey, we'll buy you that property that's, a couple lots down, and you move in there.
Be
Like,
aware
that's-
that Babushka is coming round every Friday to make sure you're eating properly.
Yeah. Like there's probably like at least once every 2 weeks they come by and have a feast. It's like, hey, you only recently moved in here. I've been here for 5 years. That doesn't matter.
This is a happy 5-year anniversary, sweetie. Eat, or I'll force feed you.
Like, Mom, I'm 25. It doesn't matter. I can still cane you. I am still your mother.
Be aware that if I don't be a good mother to you, your grandmother will cane me.
Oh, shit. That's actually
So
kind of
come here and
horrifying.
king you. But yeah, that's my thought of it, is that it's probably, especially with the whole thing of, okay, we have like 4 kids already. They'll be the ones that we have basically handing over the household to. Oh, we had another 2 kids. We'll raise them with the expectation of, yes, you're going to move out at a certain point in time, because that makes it so you're not shifting expectations on the kid. And that leads to a more stable, it leads to a lot more stability in the kid and their life, which helps a lot.
Yes.
Oh,
Because
pardon.
yeah,
Sorry, I just burped. Please carry on.
because to me it seems more fair, especially given how this society we've basically formed it to be. That your initial couple of kids is like, okay, we're going to hand off the family titles and everything to you. You'll get the ancestral home, and then the kids after that, it's like you get to expand the family beyond just where we are and have fun with that. If we need you, we'll call you back in, but you're more of the branching out parts of the family tree.
I imagine what might
Yeah.
actually be happening is that, like what you said, basically one set of kids and their particular lovers and such will directly own this particular familial house as the grandparents shed their mortal coil.
Yeah.
So the younger generation then start having their own children to grow up into the next generation while their parents are now, aging in the household.
Yeah, because probably bare minimum, you're going to have 3 generations in a household, unless you're one of the. I guess it would be not feeder tendril, but a smaller branch of the family. Yeah.
But so this also raises the question of where would grandparents move into if you're marrying into another family?
So they probably would, if you're married into another family, it's probably going to be that they end up with some cousins who had priorly moved out to give some space. That would be my thought. Because unless like the entire family tree moves into, goes and marries into another tribe and all move away, there's going to be someone who is still local.
I think it may also vary a little, like, on distance, on who you are on good terms with.
Yeah, because they might go with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always want to see the obsidian fields of Pompeii.
Okay. This is a little bit off topic from the rest of this thus far. Holidays, more specifically secular holidays.
Unification Day, definitely. I mean,
Yeah.
for a nation that is formed out of several tribes and who hold such huge importance in the community, Unification Day would be like the holiday.
Yeah, it would be their primary holiday, and I think below that, there probably wouldn't be any. There might be like one or two other big holidays, but I'm not certain what would spark it. But below that would be a lot of more
I imagine
high
probably like the
level.
birthday of the current emperor would be a secular holiday, or rather, current
Yeah.
Kaiser,
Yeah, that would make sense.
and probably significant cultural days, like like the day that a certain victory happened, a war was concluded.
Yeah, victory days. Those would be your big nationwide ones, where you have more provincial ones because it's more dependent upon the tribe itself that is in that area. And obviously that's going to vary between tribes, because one tribe may not have, survived a fucking famine. The other one might be, it might be about, hey, this is our celebration of a pact with another tribe that has lasted, several centuries. But it's not going to be like on the federal level.
Also, on like history basis, I could see that there have been at some point like more tribes, or basically like some tribes have died out or been absorbed into bigger tribes. Most likely at some point in history. It's basically inevitable.
Yep.
Other, I don't know. I could see some sort of like, winter holiday thing, not like Christmas, but more like.
Hey, it's the end of the year.
Yeah.
I mean,
New Year, whenever they decide to put it, but New Year's would logically be a thing for calendar purposes. Depending on whether or not I want to remember or forget the lunar incident, it might have a holiday of sorts, like more on the haha, we beat you. We beat this huge calamity.
Oh, makes sense.
we
Yeah.
live, fuckers.
You couldn't wipe us out.
Well, okay. So let's move on to the next big cultural topic:
Okay.
religion.
Where to even start?
I begin by saying, religion is complicated.
Very.
Right.
We can make a religion out of this.
Well, basically, I would say, considering that they know and believe in spirits, polytheistic rather than monotheistic.
I mean, in this case, it's probably more animistic. Unless you
Honestly,
them.
let's be fair. Like, if it's all about spirits, and spirits are a quantifiable thing, then their religion is more atheistic in nature. It doesn't have a particular god that they worship.
Or the concept of God is less. It's not an omnipotent entity.
It would be more of a pantheon of local spirits, and even within that, they, due to dealings with them, because they are likely, given how we've seen things, just another type of life. It's less of, reference and that sort of thing, and more like shrines sort of thing. It's less of, I will call upon this god to, fucking smite my enemy, and more of like, hey, so here's our half of the deal. Will you make certain the crops come in this year?
Basically, how Shintoism works.
Yeah,
Where-
that was what I was going for.
It sounds a lot more like ancestor worship.
Well,
It's
that
both.
is part of Shintoism,
Yeah.
and basically like, which I find interesting in that gods and yokai, the difference between them is basically, are they worshipped? Yes, well then it's this god of this thing or this object or thing. If it's not worshipped, then it's an possibly but not necessarily malevolent spirit instead, because it's not worshipped.
I would say that they all actually are all considered spirit. Some of them are just more venerated.
There might also be
Also-
greater spirits that aren't strictly localized.
In addition, ancestor worship does make sense considering in our case the zebra families are already large to begin with, and they're taken heavily into account in one's life. Once they're alive, I would see that they are still remembered even after departed.
And let's just say you don't want to make your great grandma angry, lest bad things happen.
Oh, you're marrying into that tribe? Well, let's go ring up your great ancestor from the time that we were at war with them and see if they're okay with this.
Yeah, basically, which might be a little annoying if there's like, hell no!
I can just imagine the response to be, "Oh, those tribe, yeah, fine, finally some peace."
Just make sure you name your fucking grandkid after me. I'll be satisfied.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it's a little easier when you can actually communicate with your dead ancestors instead of being like, I think they might be angry because my spouse died.
I would argue that that's less spirits in the sense that we've seen them, and more we're talking about the dead.
Yeah.
So spirits are more like aspects of nature.
This is why I say, like, you have your ancestor contact and worship, but you also have dealing with the spirits of the place and spirits of ideas. And it's very much a treaty between the tribes and the spirits that are around than a situation of, oh, they kind of exist and, we, have to work around them. It's more... It's another society that they interact with of more primordial entities.
So, something I feel like I gotta ask. Is this really even religion?
I mean, it would be religion.
So, it would be classified as religion in any other setting, and honestly, it would be here too, because you believe that these things exist, and if they do or don't is negligible when it is based off of ritual for doing a cause and effect. Like, religion continues to be religion even if, that thing really does exist. It doesn't stop. And otherwise religion couldn't actually exist in a lot of situations.
And gods aren't necessary for a religion.
Yeah, religion's main purpose is to explain some of the
Secrets of life.
yes.
Yeah.
Like, you can have atheistic religions. Like, for example, most traditional forms of Buddhism don't have a god. They're atheistic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
so this does bring up some more questions, like two specific questions, like how strict is their religion and how do they treat outside religions or atheists? Given the fact that their religion is atheistic in nature, I don't imagine they would have a problem with people who don't believe in it at all.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, no.
I
Yep.
think they more kind of laugh at him because it's like, well, I can just summon, I can just take you to one. It's like, oh, okay.
Like, I think it would be more like, okay, I can see why you don't like the dogma or not interested in the dogmatic parts of these beliefs, but my beliefs are real. I can show you the things that are part of my religion.
Yeah. It's like,
Not-
you may
that's
not believe that,
just-
yeah, you may believe that, like, oh, we don't have to do it the way that we do it. That's fine. But that thing really does exist. Like,
It's
come,
looking
let's take
at
it.
you.
We invited
it-
them round for dinner last night. You had dinner with a spirit.
Yeah, like that's more of what is like it's the debates are more about how to go about things than whether or not something is.
Which is kind of contrary to how we have religion in our world, where the debate is over whether or not something exists rather than the individual dogmas. While
Yeah.
the dogma is something to be argued over, it's more about existence.
Yeah. And I think that's probably the best way to put this is that this is you're going to have more like a priest of like Zeus versus a priest of Athena on how to do things instead of the person who's laughing at Mount Olympus right before Mount Olympus fucking vaporizes them. It's like
Yeah.
we know they're there. We just disagree on which ones we should be dealing with and how to deal with them.
And when.
Yes.
Or which one to listen to more.
And seeing as
When it comes to Greek,
there also are very
It's-
powerful magical entities that exist within this world, I imagine some religions would form around at least some of them, or at least what could be perceived as cults.
I'm pretty
I
certain
can-
that would.
I can totally see that something like, well, after the war, something like store spawns may have became some form of like greater spirit sort of thing. Like even if it is an actual living creature, it's kind of deified. Deified. Okay, yeah.
There's also the
I
thought.
can English.
There's also the thought that certain like magical entities that exist, once they're no longer acting in the world, would become more like what we would consider a traditional religion from our world.
Yes.
Mhm.
So that probably is how Discord was viewed during his banishment. Because like, oh, that's kind of also like Nightmare Moon was considered. Oh, that's legend, that's myth. It's not really real. And then Discord gets freed, Nightmare Moon returns, and it's like, oh wait, shit, that's real.
Yeah. And we have spent last 1,000 years not pacifying them.
And letting
Shit.
letting them gather pigeon shit.
Yeah. Like,
Celestia, you had one job.
yeah, like I basically I can see due to Nightmare Moon having the negative connotation that she does in Zebra like consciousness, her coming back is, besides being a harbinger of doom, is also like, yeah, we sort of didn't try and appease this malevolent force, and now we're fucked.
Yeah. And I think that actually would lead into what we were talking about before with this somewhat radicalization against Equestria. Oh wait, shit. She actually was real, and now she is back, and we've done nothing to try to address the original cause of her, the spirit becoming hostile towards us. Like, I can see that being how it is, and it's like, well, they're already at war with us. There's no way to probably stop this, is what a contingent of the population would have thought.
We need to banish her. Banish her!
Yeah. But we need to reset this to 0 and then repair relations from there. Because it's easier to, appease a spirit that you have chained up than it is to appease a spirit who is, obliterating the person standing right next to you.
And considering that they don't see difference between Luna and Nightmare Moon, all they know that the spirit is angry and the spirit is coming at us.
Yep.
That's basically what they're summarizing from.
I'm pretty sure Equestrian propaganda didn't help that one bit.
No, it did not.
Nope. No, they don't.
And in fact, if they hadn't leaned into that in Equestria, they probably could have actually helped bring things to the peace table again after a couple of years. Instead, they went full ham with, yes, this is Nightmare Moon. And it's like, well, okay, we're all going to die.
Yeah, like, fuck this
Congratulations,
shit!
fuck nuggets.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, on the topic of religion, what about the more philosophical thoughts? You know, the ones that are about the big questions in life. You know, the
Well-
sort of what is the purpose of life? What is afterlife? How you should live, and all that sort of stuff.
Well, considering ancestral worship is a thing for them,
Yeah, Afterlife is going to be a little bit weird for that.
like,
yeah, to say the least.
I would imagine something along the lines of how some cultures, like Egypt, saw it, that you're basically going to do the same thing that you did when you were alive, and you're going to need tools for it, and you better have been a good person or you get eaten by a soul-eating crocodile.
Perhaps.
Which I guess that actually fits pretty well with some ideas that come out from Sombra's fine. That come out of Sombra with, you know, if you're a bad person in life, you know, your soul will get eaten is probably a really real threat to their worldview. Well, not worldview, but to
Reality.
the possibility of an afterlife. Because it's like, yeah, be a good person or your soul's obliterated, or worse. It's like,
Yeah.
yes.
Mm,
Don't be a
You
dick.
are going to stop existing on all possible levels if you
Like-
are a bad person.
Yeah.
And considering that in ancient Egypt, it wasn't so much like you're a bad person, full stop. Each god present at the weighing of your heart had a specific set of
Criteria.
things they found bad.
Requirements, basically.
Yes. And they were very much on very different scales from standard murder and whatever, kin murder and patricide and whatnot, to
It also
stealing
mattered.
bread.
It also mattered less that you had to. Basically, the things that you did are less important than the things that you confirmed that you didn't do.
I can just basically say that the Egyptian gods went at the oncoming and said, "Have you been a good boy?"
I have not done this, and this. Have I been a good boy? Yes, you have been a good boy.
You were at least honest with us and the shit that you did while you were in life. Please carry on to the afterlife and toil some more.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I think
personally, I think that's one of those things that was a mistake on Sombra's part. More so because, you know, the whole twisting the world around your villain part.
I do see that probably the afterlife it's going to be that sort of thing of like you kind of hang around your family and are on call for them, but for the most part there's probably not, I wouldn't say a separate plane that they reside on, but some kind of shifted from where they're at, so that way they can come back over instead of whatever else is out there for afterlife. Because I'm pretty certain Equestrians, they actually like believe Tartarus is where you go if you're a piece of shit and die, while there's probably an analog for Elysium. And for zebras, it's a situation of if you're not worshipped by your family and taken care of by your family after death, you probably stop existing.
Or, like, I can see there are some, again, tribe differences in what happens to you if your soul is technically not maintained. Perhaps you become a feral spirit, or something else. You become a nature spirit.
I mean,
Malevolent,
that's
perhaps.
also just an alternative. It's just they just become like a spirit.
Yeah.
That you just have like a hotline to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which makes sense. I think it's probably you have a way of keeping an ancestor relevant, and if you don't, they end up finding another place to work with, their afterlife, which would be turning into a more nature spirit. Because if your family doesn't need you all the time, well, there's other places in the world that could make use of your ability, so you end up going there. It's like, yeah, I'm happy my family doesn't, need me. I hope them the best in the future. I'm going to go make certain that river keeps, flowing.
Yeah. And that kind of leads to spirits not necessarily being good or bad.
They're neutral.
They're neutral, and how you treat them, how you converse with them, shapes how they react to you.
Yeah.
And if you upset your ancestral spirit, well, you might be in bad place. Then
Well, where were we down the list of things that we have on the notes?
I think that was general beliefs overall.
Last what we actually mentioned was how strict is their religion, blah 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 blah. But then we went to holidays, we went to general beliefs a bit.
I
Superstition.
think we also discussed that one.
But yeah, superstition versus religion. Where do the lines get drawn?
I just said, yeah, I think we already
Oh, you already
discussed
covered
that.
that one. I kind of missed it.
Yep, I think because we did the discussion.
I think you kind of also covered how they show their faith too. It's mostly through rituals.
Yep.
You also seem to cover how faith has changed in 200 years a bit.
Well, spirits probably have taken new forms, or like how their scene is changed. Because how I headcanon it is, spirits appear as the person talking to them views them. Like the same spirit appears different to different people.
Everyone perceives them differently.
Yes. So, well, mega spells would definitely change the consensus and context that people have, as well as setbacks in technology and other similar things probably as well.
Alright. So these are relatively minor points, like burial rites and any religious garb.
Oof.
I think we talked last time about burial rites being longer and not necessarily sad. Sad affairs. I mean, of course, there's some.
Yeah, last time we touched on that it's more of a celebration of someone's life, and you're kind of throwing the last party for someone. It's like, hooray! this person will, they were great through their life, and we, love them, and we will always keep them in our heart, sort of thing, instead of here's a fucking dirge.
Yeah, that's more of a funeral rites, but when it comes to burial, how are the dead buried? Is there a funeral pyre? Are they? Is there a grave? Is there a dolmen built for them?
Honestly, I could see. I mean, well, there's funeral pyres, as fun as they are. Why did I say fun? But either way,
As interesting as they are.
Burning corpses.
I could see it be an analog to becoming one with nature. You are consumed by fire, you become ash, which feeds the earth. And
All the whole
your body
ashes to
becomes
ashes, dust to
smoke.
dust.
Yeah, and your body becomes smoke, which disperses into the air and blah 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 blah. So, like, I could see that sort of thing. Thing being a thing. Fuck. What kind of sentence is that? I can see that kind of thing being a thing.
Sour, I think your brain's having a funny 5 minutes.
Yes. Religious garb. Masks.
Masks, yeah, you don't want to have the spirits see your face. If you don't want, basically, if they know your face, they can directly mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I also imagine that they would have things that would bring them closer to nature. So, things that would attract certain kinds of spirits to them. So, certain kinds of, like, bait for them. Especially
I've
for
got
those...
a jar of dirt.
Yes, you've got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? Everyone seems to love my deadpan delivery.
Yes.
Very British.
I think we've actually kind of covered like religion and magic, or how zebra magic specifically relates to religion.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
So I think we're actually on to Sour's favorite topic.
Food.
Delicious food.
Okay. I can't on the top of my head remember if, like horses, if zebras are opportunistic carnivores.
Pretty much
basically-
Every
much.
equid is.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
basically,
most creatures are opportunistic carnivores.
yeah.
Well, opportunistic omnivores, maybe.
Yeah.
Ready. So, I could see some amount of eggs, dairy, much like, basically like pony diets. Similar
Fish.
eggs, dairy.
Consider fish.
Maybe fish, at least in coast, like, or
Yeah, I can see
coastal
fish being
cities.
used. It's an obvious
Wait,
source
sorry.
of protein.
Yeah.
And I imagine it would be easier than growing some kinds of legumes, especially on the coast.
It depends on where you are. Like, in certain places, legumes, pulses, and such could be staple easily.
Yeah. I would see it in the places where they've gone to more harsh climates, where they would rely more on fishing in general. It's like they have a small crop, but the land isn't that good for much beyond some very hardy plants.
It depends on the climate. Like,
Well,
cabbage, potato can grow easily in colder climates.
well, potatoes are poisonous to equines.
Entirely.
Yeah. The entire family Nightshade is poisonous to equids. Which is
The more you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's poisonous to humans if like unprepared. So,
fine, yeah, if you let the eyes go green on a potato, it'll kill you.
Yeah, and like eat anything except the potato itself, and you are going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the leaves, it made me sick.
So,
So unprepared potatoes are going to be pretty deadly.
yes.
Yes.
but I think that kind of goes without saying.
Also, tomatoes, no.
I mean, tomatoes aren't poisonous.
They are in the nightshade family.
Yes,
Yes.
but that's such a kind of a cultural myth that they're poisonous.
Tomato plants are toxic to horses, but the fruit is not.
So yeah, though obviously the fruit, if it's not ripe, is poisonous to everybody.
So-
Yes.
The thing about tomato being poisonous comes from the fact that people, when they came to Europe, people usually ate on pewter plates, and the acidic compounds in tomatoes would usually leach to lead straight out of it. So you'd be directly ingesting it.
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't love some delicious lead poisoning? Mmm, teeth
Lead.
falling out goodness.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Core
I do.
regions. I think we established that the heartlands are fairly prosperous as an
Yes.
area.
But
Yeah,
they're
they're
also very
subtropical, at least.
dry and arid. So you have crops that'd be
Yeah.
appropriate for that area.
I don't think so.
Only some of it would be, because well, there are three types of zebras. You have the mountain zebras, you have your plain zebras, and then you have your arid zebras. And the plain zebras don't really have to worry about food because of the fact that it is a subtropical area and sub-Saharan, so it's actually really fertile and it actually has a fair bit of moisture. The more arid ones live further south towards the Horn of Africa.
Yeah, consider anyone near the ocean is going to be generally much more humid.
I would imagine that, okay, in terms of food production and imports of food, areas with plain zebras, which is, I don't know, probably Mendy, Carnelia, and whatnot, probably have the most food-focused cultures in their tribes. Huge feasts often are the form of their celebrations. Fasting might not necessarily be a thing.
I mean, are there any reasons for it other than religious?
Not really. I mean,
Yeah.
it's self-control and such. Usually.
Because usually it's done in cases of remembrance for famine, or is done in remembrance to some mythology that you have. It's less of it like it can be very cultural, but it's also very tied into a religious sort of thing. So again, if like your country went through a great famine, you might have like a day or a week where you abstain during the day from eating.
Or a month.
Or a month.
And considering that we have established that zebras had a considerable period of time where their land was fucking baking, and not in the good way, they're probably
Very
some of
twisty
their-
land.
like I would see that areas that were most affected, those tribes would have a fasting habit in remembrance, which kind of goes into religion again. Spicy foods.
I mean, honestly, there's a good chance that they do make spicy foods for the sake of keeping wildlife from eating all their crops, because that's why spicy foods are spicy, is that they're toxic to certain creatures.
Yeah.
So I would see in the more easily agrarian areas that they would have a great deal of variety of crops, and probably that's where a lot of their pride comes from, is, hey, look, we can grow this rare thing that we got from somewhere else. And that's kind of more of their status over than just the size of land that they can farm. It's like, hey, look, we got this rare, weird thing that's hard to grow.
Yeah. What else?
The religious food and food taboos are the last two topics.
I think religious food's basically Saruman's is fasting, so that's probably partial into it. So might then some more how to say foods that keep you alive, but that are not actually the most basically just nutritious enough to keep you alive. Those type of foods are in some areas used when in remembrance of the the baking.
Yes.
It's the baking. Yes, that is the appropriate.
big bake-out.
Yeah, like, we have this event in our history. Okay, what is it called? The baking.
It could be the baking, or the other one that came to mind, the great suntan moment.
I mean, yeah, the thing would probably be more like if it was a more serious name, but this is pony, so we're going to probably just go with the baconing because that's pony.
Yes.
A more serious one would probably be the scorching or something along those lines, where it's a bit more
Serious.
not so pleasant. Yeah,
Yes.
more serious sounding.
But
yeah, probably
otherwise, other
religious
foods.
food. Yeah, religious food probably will be your staple food. Like it's the very, like the thing that you know you'll be able to grow, and was probably something that's been around for a long time as a staple for your tribe.
Bread. Bread, 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 bread. A lot
Yeah,
of bread.
flatbreads everywhere.
So
Yeah.
much bread.
It's not always going to be wheat bread. It might be oats or millet or other kinds of grain.
Or barley, or
Yep.
whatever, but shitloads of bread.
Why-
Unleavened.
I have not heard that one bread. It's rye bread.
Yeah,
Right.
probably on some of the
Right.
outer religions, more colder climates. I mean, coming from your resident baker, and I don't mean that kind of baker, I mean actual food item making baker. Bread is a staple in most societies. And it has some very long history.
Yeah, pretty much every culture has some kind of take on the flatbread.
Yes.
Also, I'm just gonna say that right now and say that the zebra religions don't have wine in their staple. Because we don't want bread and wine. We don't want Christian licorice in the freaking.
Yes. No wine. I would more see water seeing a larger importance due to, again, the baconing. No, it's just becoming the baconing.
It's not the baconing, no. Oh no.
Oh no. Alcohol overall, and I don't mean just wine, though wine has some impressive history itself, but if they have as many kinds of grain than beer and similar spirits would definitely be a thing.
Oh yeah, beer is like that's like the next thing to bread, but it's also everywhere.
Yes.
Because you can make it from the same things as bread.
Mhm.
Yes. And with making of beer, you also create yeast, which in turn evolves your
bread.
breads and
So you're
Yeast is good
suggesting
for just baking in general.
also
Yes.
horses really like beer, or like equids in
Yeah.
general really like beer.
Huh,
Yeah, they fucking love it.
what?
Yes.
How?
People have tried it. They have given horses and zebras beer, and they really enjoyed it.
Okay, well then that's clearly settled. Beer. Like, what is your national drink? Beer. Okay.
I can see that there's a bit of a cultural clash with equestrians and zebras in that case. Which is better, cider or beer? Beer, cider, beer.
Oh yes, your cider is piss water. Well, your
At least-
beer is.
At least my piss water tastes like apples, and not like just piss water with fucking floating bits in it.
Oh.
At least
Speaking
it doesn't
of
taste
which,
like bread.
apples. Are they just an equestrian thing, or have they found their way to the zebra homelands?
Hmm?
Apples.
Well,
And I
obviously,
don't.
like apples are. Well, as long as you've got an okay climate, they grow just about anywhere.
Yeah, so I could see at some point, some brave zebra found their way to Equestria or the other way around and was like, hey, I have these nice little seeds. Do you want them? Yes. What is it? An apple? Oh my god, this is the most delicious thing that I have ever seen. And then they made apple beer.
That's just cider.
No. And then they decided it was bad. But yes, I could see there be like cultivars of apple that are probably a little different from equestrian ones. In before, there's a zebra family of apples,
Oh no.
basically.
Yes.
Food taboos. Intentional spoiling of food would of course be a taboo, especially during the baconing and the after the war.
I mean, fermenting is kind of spoiling food intentionally.
I would say that it probably goes into the idea that if you eat what you take, basically, so you don't overindulge.
Yeah.
That type of thing. The very stable, at least in the Finnish society, with the way of thinking that you eat everything you put on your plate.
Yes.
Oh, you can't eat. You eat everything you put on that plate. That was stable in my grandma's home, basically.
Yep.
Because scarcity was the thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Eat everything on your plate, otherwise the sun will burn it to ashes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have nothing to eat, and then you will be sad.
I guess a similar thing going on. So, but when it comes to food items, oof. Probably don't not come to the top of my head at.
Well, I could kind of see some tribes which I could see some tribes have vegan lifestyles, especially if they're wealthy and healthy enough to keep that sort of diet going.
Mm.
And it could tie to religious ideas that, well, basically murder is wrong, including, animal murder. Also, speaking of fermented foods and food spoilage, I could, due to the baconing, I can see that fermented foods are not necessarily a thing, at least not in huge quantities. Salting, yes.
Salting and fermenting would be kind of the obvious things, because, if they've got beer, fermenting is not that massive a step.
Also, horses like salt.
Mm-hmm.
Who would have guessed a species of creature that loves salt licks like the taste of salt?
Yes. Also, trying, like sun-dried things would probably be a thing.
Especially during the baconing.
Yes. Like I can totally see some sort of tale on how certain food practices or food makings were found, and they would be usually contributed to the baconing. Like this zebra whose name has been forgotten for the ages, and
But it's definitely of our tribe.
yes. So there's the next tribe, but they're wrong. Discovered that sun drying was a thing, and that's why we still do it 1,000 years later. Something like that.
Sounds about right.
Like, I feel like the baconing has become this kind of source of myth and legend. Like, even though they know that, yeah, we existed before it, because otherwise, wouldn't have been an issue. But it's been so long ago that it's just easier to appoint legends to it.
It was a cataclysmic event. Legends.
It was a
Spouts
potential. It was a potential apocalyptic event.
Yeah, but from there stems the, as mentioned, the food rights. There also stems the unification of the nation. Pretty much, it was the starting point for everything. The Brian Bar at the pre-war era stemmed from. So, yeah.
And considering that Mooney said that they might keep extensive family history and family trees, I can see more than a few families be like, I am hailed from this Caesar or from this powerful family in the baconing or whatnot, and actually be able to back it up, mostly. Maybe.
Sour.
Yes.
You're starting to entice this particle scribe sleep. Familiar records. Semi-herald, please. Semi-herald, please.
Okay. Anybody else feeling
Not
like adding something.
No, I don't have anything to add here.
I think we're actually kind of
Me too.
reached the minor topic bingo, I call it. So
Yeah.
these are relatively small things that didn't get and think they need to be covered in the main body of the text. So, let's go with just a random person. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a pony by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, you whack. Pick a topic. Any topic of the 5.
Oh, let's see.
I half expect him to write heralded in there.
What one was this? That was interesting. Actually, let's start with something that might be interesting for all people. Caesar's name.
What was the Kaisar's name? Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Well, it was never mentioned in any fic that I can see. It's just always Kaisar.
Yep. Yep,
Mm,
it's always referred to with the title.
So, one explanation I came up with for this is that one thing expected of the Kaiser is that when they take the mantle of the office, they leave their old life behind and stop being who they were.
Meaning
Ah.
also that they forgo their own name.
Yes.
I would still see some sort of differentiation between
Epitaph, mostly.
yeah, because it occurs with it does occur in the Japanese monarchy that you gain a new name, especially once you pass, and also when it comes to the Pope, you also gain a completely new name once you step into office.
Yes. Also, in Japanese society, the era gets its name from the emperor.
Mm.
Well, the new emperor.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, if anyone was ever confused about why the Japanese name their military stuff the way they do, it's all about year number X of this era.
mm,
So, I don't think we've got anything specifically for their name.
yeah, like
No.
I would
We know
feel that they take some, well, again, like Caesar or Kaiser, and then basically a new name.
Though we do know that the last Kaisar was a Romani. At least that's what we were given from Project Horizons and Homelands.
Yeah.
If you go with that.
Yeah, we go with that.
Mm-hmm. And as far as we understand, they were not a controversial choice. So it would seem that they probably were someone who was in line with the status quo of beliefs and kind of liked the primacy of how society was already.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't someone who was going to shake the boat.
And considering that they were at war,
I mean,
Romani makes sense because
he was
they were.
elected before the war.
Yes, but I would imagine things were tense before war. And according to the wiki, the Romani were born on a battlefield. In general, they were the greatest zebra fighters and were likely the most powerful tribe and the founders of Rome. So it could be that they were he was elected due to tactical and similar reasons. Like this Zebra is clearly a tactician and a good
Maybe,
fighter and
maybe more of a
such.
strategist.
Yeah.
So a small tangent I kind of want to go off on. So this whole empire or confederation or federation or whatever business. So people often take on the aesthetics of Romans for these things. But something a lot of people miss is the character of Roman culture, and something that was very much endemic and rampant in Roman culture is, how do I put this? A sort of cultural egotism. They are better than everyone, and they want to show it to them.
Yeah.
And what better way to show the rest of the world that they're the best than to bring everyone together? Or something along those lines.
Yes, basically the Fire Nation justification for war.
Not even like unification through war, it's unification through Hmm. I'm not sure where I was going with this, but it is pretty late, so it's not surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to
Okay,
move on to the next.
maybe something more concrete. Most creatures in MLP have a specific letter. Like most griffins have a G in their name. Most zebras have been, at least in the fig itself, have an X or a Z.
I'm gonna say this right now. I think that's just lazy naming conventions,
Yes.
True.
and it's one thing that particularly upsets me personally.
Yeah.
I have a lot of beef with it.
But I could see someone like Caesar who takes a name that is not their own might actually have to follow some form of guidelines. How do you compose that name that you take? Because you can't just be like Caesar Bob. At least I hope.
I mean, at
So
that
there
point,
might be some rules at how the name is chosen.
I mean, in that case, we're basically going with the Pope, which takes on a new name when they get the Pope hat. I forget the name. Because they just, it's like, hey, we need to make some, yeah, where they get they get a name fitting of the station. It doesn't matter what their name was before.
Mm-hmm.
Or they could just use the title as their name, because that's also reasonable and should be done more often. You don't need to be, Kaiser, the whatever. It's just, you're Kaiser. That's your station. That's your duty. That's all that you matter to society with regards to, any official statement.
Not to mention, as the Kaiser technically has some mythical origin of its own, it would make sense that it follows the same tradition.
And since we discussed there is like a direct continuum of the first Kaiser to the current, that it's the office that matters more than the individual that holds it.
Yeah. Which to me makes it feel like the name doesn't matter. You're referred to by the office title.
Yeah.
Like in recording history, they might put your name down. They actually probably do, just for the sake of, making certain people know which Kaiser did what. But at the same time, it's like, in the public, there's only one Kaiser. It's you. We don't need to, muddy up things. If you need to refer to a prior Kaiser, you can name them.
The name only
Yeah.
matters after you've passed or before you become Kaisar.
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. So technically, Kaisar is the nameless.
Yes, so the Kaisar is just the Kaisar. It matters not what their name was. They were the last
That's
Kaisar, and they'll be forever remembered as that.
Yeah. Okay, I think that
Could
was
be fitting. I will also say that I just looked at how papal naming conventions go, and it's basically that the newly elected Pope, once he's basically crowned, then he's asked, "And what name you will be known?" And then he mentions what name he has chosen. So we can say that something similar may have occurred, but it has been lost to time. As everything from equestrian propaganda to the zebra records most likely referred to them as Kaiser.
Yeah.
Or Kaiser X or whatever. But in zebra records might be more in detail, but Equestria knew it only as Kaiser.
like I can already imagine if Kaisar is the highest diplomat. Like imagine going to equestrian court and be like, Zebra Kaisar, what is your name? I do not have a name. Zebra Kaisar! Everyone.
Ladies and fillies and gentle colts, we present the Kaisar.
Leader of the Zebra Lands.
And then like 16 different titles. Because of course.
Yes, we present the leader of the Zebralands, defender of the seas, holder of the mountains, protector of the realm, the Kaisar.
You forgot to insert
Consul of
a
the
day
Senate.
later.
Etc. etc. etc.
Or like true descendant of the first.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nexus, you have now been picked for the next minor topic, and that'll be the last one for the
Oh
night.
no. Am I supposed to pick from the topic bingo in the
Yes.
document? Odd outlying beliefs.
Okay. That's an interesting one. Things that would be considered odd to outsiders.
Well, the Fig established was to believe in stars as malevolent beings or spirits.
Not malevolent, but they are great
Pernicious.
entities that, yeah, if they're helping you, generally there's a catch to it, and if they're doing something themselves, it is generally to the detriment of those involved. They're not so much malevolent as they are
Indifferent.
basically, they're indifferent, but
They're kind
it's
of... They're like Greek gods. They're kind of just self-interested.
yeah. The way I would think about it is zebras and the inhabitants of that planet are ants to the stars, which are like on the level of the human. Like, we know they exist, they know we exist, but the interaction there is very much completely beyond any ability for an ant to understand what the fuck a human is doing. All they know is there's a disruption, oh god, oh why.
Yeah. And like I could totally see that stars are treated as something you do not speak the name of
Yes.
because you don't want their attention.
And if you do seek their attention, it better be for a damn good reason, because no one's going to want to be around you. They're all scared shitless of that.
Star Cattery know that very well, I would imagine.
Yes. But yeah, it's probably also a bit of the reason why there is so much distrust about Nightmare Moon is she is probably, to a degree, looked upon as kin to the stars. And it's like, oh god, she's directly interacting with our world. Fuck.
Yeah, and even if they don't necessarily see her as a star, she's more like,
The foolish pony is dealing with things she cannot hope to comprehend.
that, or she is the force that enforces their will.
She is their avatar and/or champion.
Which makes me think that do they have a champion for other celestial things like sun or the moon or
Celestia literally would be considered their avatar for the sun itself
Oh
within
yeah,
that
and
system.
from what we understand, that the sun is not necessarily venerated, but very well respected. Like, it wasn't the sun's fault that their land was burning, it was because of this fallen star and moon worshipper.
Yeah. Well, they would be upset if they ever heard about this, the story of how Nightmare Moon would come back. Because, oh no, the stars will aid in her escape. Oh god.
yeah, but imagine, if Daybreaker ever became a thing, that would be like double oh god.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Though, actually thinking about it, there's one thing that would be of interest due to Zecora canonically does start working with the Zebras as, well, a double agent. She was present in Ponyville when Nightmare Moon was released. Like, she wasn't on camera, but they insinuate that she's been there for a few months and a bit longer than Twilight. Her telling the story of how Nightmare Moon was released, especially since, like, the very beginning of Season 2 is still considered canon, and that has, Luna and Zecora interacting. Them knowing that myth from Zecora would probably be a really bad thing.
Yeah, like, I could see Zecora try to be like, she isn't the champion of the stars, she was just a mare, and the rest of the populace is like, oh god, she was just a mare. She was just a mortal creature, oh no.
This is even worse. At least if
Yep.
she was a godlike entity, she might have some understanding of the things that she was doing. Oh no! Time to wring my hooves till they rot!
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Which, again, that might have caused more actual rise of, like, distrust and inability to do peace talks with Equestria. It's just like, oh god, she's immortal and she did all that? We need her gone.
Yes.
Which probably means that them talking to Celestia was actually going to be a legitimate peace talk, because they're like, we can't deal with your sister. You, though, we can.
I mean,
still think the assassination plot was bullshit.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something went
I mean-
awry.
Honestly, I don't even think that it was a zebra. Like, sure, there may have been a zebra doing the assassination, but honestly, I keep thinking that it was an Equestrian conspiracy and
Yeah.
that
Then
wanted
to-
Celestia gone.
Well, I mean, a good way to point to that, and I am working off topic, but this is still a good point to be made, is that it very likely was the new political forces that arose under the ministries were like, oh, if we get a peace treaty, Luna will probably step down and Celestia will come back in. And Celestia knew how to, rein us in, and that will be bad for us. We need to keep the war going. Celestia has to go.
Not to mention, probably at that point the ministries are dissolved, so they are like, oh,
Shit, I'm out
our
of a job.
smokescreen is gone.
Well, I think the Ministry Mayors would have had no problem with that. Like, I think they were, even towards the end of the war, virtuous enough to understand that they knew that their role would be temporary.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
their underlings were a bit more shady.
Yes.
As evidenced by Applejack's attempted assassination.
Multiple
Yes, we
attempted
already know.
assassinations.
Yeah,
Yes.
we already know that there's at least one minister which were like, assassinations are the way to go. So it would stand to reason that they were like, how about we assassinate Celeste and pin it on the zebras? Yes.
Easy.
This
Easy
is a
fucking,
thing.
easy fucking con job right there.
I mean, it actually was a Xanatos scam in that case. It failed, but they got a nice boost in morale from that. With
Well,
Big
thing is
Mac's
that,
death.
that's the whole idea in Project Horizons. That was the plan. It was a conspiracy by the OIA to, have her.
I wish it never was. I wish the UI to cease existing forever.
okay, just dust the OIA out, and it's a good plot. But if OIA's hands in it, makes it a bit.
I mean,
Yeah, like-
if they just change who was behind it to just, members of like the Ministry of Wartime Technology, people who obviously would profiteer from a continued war effort and continue to profiteer afterwards if there's no Celestia. Yeah, that makes some sense.
Yes.
And those guys had an established tendency.
Like they already have a established line of unknown attempts at trying to assassinate high-ranking members of the government. What's another step up at this point?
Yeah.
Beyond that, they are also known for equipping the zebras with wartime equipment through, mishandling of appropriations. So, and plus also, 4 stars exist, and that was part of the Ministry of Wartime Technology.
At least if you believe
Or
Project
Tony-
Horizons, 4 stars was basically a double company.
I tend not to remember Project Horizons for the sake of my own sanity.
I mean, it
I
was also
agree.
kind of implied that it was a double company even in the original fig, but it's established even further that it's a double company.
Yeah. Because.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah, basically like I could see like 4 stars be a company that seeks to profit from war. Doesn't really matter which side wins, as long as the war
I mean,
goes on and they rake in profits.
I mean, I wouldn't say so, seeing as they were the company that smuggled in the Balefire bombs.
Yep.
So, says to
Yeah.
me that they were very interested in the Zebras winning.
And
True.
to that end,
It was
I think
probably just capitalizing on the,
I mean,
because
I think part of it also was that they didn't expect the zebras to successfully detonate the bomb. Because they, if you're in the base story, the 4 stars bunker that the zebras were and their co-conspirators were locked in could not be opened from the inside.
Mhm.
It was meant to be a gift wrap present to the Ministry of Morale. The bomb wasn't supposed to succeed on going off.
Also, it wasn't protected against radiation.
Mm-hmm. And since they were Zebra collaborators, they knew everything of what a Balefire bomb would do, because that could not have been the first time one went off, since Equestria knew they existed, therefore there had to have been at least a test.
Yeah.
If not tactical deployment to deny area to Equestrian forces as they push forward with power armor. Which is probably what was the initial bit of Equestria seeing Balefire bombs was, we've captured the city. City explodes. Oh god, what the fuck?
Oh god, oh god, oh god, why?
And in that
Yeah.
case, Scooter goes, "Oh, time to build shoulders."
Yes.
Exactly. Like, it feeds into that, and that's part of the reason why I say the, first detonation of Mega Spell of a destructive variety was on Zebra territory to deny the capture of, probably a port city or something like that. It's like, yeah, enjoy your fucking irradiated glass hole. Fuck you.
That's going to be a hard sell at home, though.
Yeah.
It
I-
depends on where it was. If it was one of the outlying vassal states, probably not that hard, especially if they're like, well, everyone was already evacuated outside of, the few people who set it off.
Yeah, fair
So-
enough. If it was already a war zone and evacuated, like,
Either that or
I'll-
it was a like
so-
an equestrian colony.
So basically, the Zebra Nation pulled a fucking bikini at all.
No, they
Yeah.
pulled like a fucking opening to Modern Warfare. Modern
Oh,
Warfare 1.
Actually, I'm drawing inspiration from Ace Combat Zero, where Belkin nuked itself to create a nuclear border to prevent a land crossing into their heartland.
Actually, I think a good analogy here would be MacArthur's plan in Korean War.
Oh no, tactical nukes!
Tactical nukes on the Chinese-Korean border. There you go.
Yeah, hard to get land reinforcements in if their reinforcements will die from radiation.
The man was a wee bit touched in the head.
You fucking think?
Yeah.
You think?
It's MacArthur we're talking about, of course.
The fucking tobacco went right to his fucking brain.
Yeah, I would say that it was probably done on a vassal state that had been evacuated, and they were doing it as a way to prevent basically a medium port of call between the Zebra homelands and Equestria from being used as a staging base against them. So
Yeah,
it's
but-
like,
I do think we've kind of wandered off what started this whole conversation.
Yes,
well,
but it's good
more-
convo.
Yes, I was going to bring it back to the topic that we had, odd outlying beliefs, and this would be going into there is a certain group within Zebra culture that believes this type of victory is absolutely worthwhile, while many are like, well, if you're not able to go home to your family, or your body is not able to be recovered to give proper burial rites, you kind of shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
I believe
if there
that-
is nothing to fucking... If there's no, building or fucking cities left to live in, what's the point of having one? There's nothing... You've won nothing.
Yes.
Outlying beliefs. I would imagine that after the war, like, radiation spirits became a thing,
Yes.
and they were decidedly, like they were the ones that couldn't be buried because balefire. There's
Essentially,
not
they
really
are
anything left, so
Yeah,
you just kind of go immediately into spirit.
But, I want to point out that Balefire spirits wouldn't exist on the Zebradom continent.
yes, it would be in Equestria, and that would only be with species that don't just immediately go to the afterlife.
Yeah.
So it would
So
be.
it would be non-pony species.
It would probably be any zebras who are caught up in it, which would make Zebra Town far more frightening because you would have rat wraiths, and that's terrifying. I don't want to go to Stalker.
Rad
Please don't
wraiths.
let
You've
me.
been
Ooh, you're
you've
giving
been
me
watching
ideas.
you've been playing the Frontier, haven't you?
Oh, I did, and that was one of the few things I actually enjoyed. That's
That's
an interesting bit of
that's
work.
just fucking aggressive strep cough. That's become a fucking sentient cloud of death.
So I could see something like a botched, like during making the balefires, like it couldn't have been like immediate success. What if one of them went off and kind of like obliterated a small village?
Well, this is where we need to remember what Balefire is. It is a mix of a fire spell as well as a whole heck of a lot of necro.
It's specifically
Magic
dragon
magic.
fire and necromantic energy.
Yes.
So, in that regard, it probably, which would go into the outlying beliefs of, is it okay to use necromancy in war? Because obviously a group decided yes it was.
Yeah.
Well, to be
But-
fair, like the Equestrians were the first ones to do this. Though I think so. The Zebras decided that necromancy and it was an okay thing to use in war, but the Equestrians were the first ones to decide that mega spells in general were a good idea.
So we don't
yeah.
know if the first mega spell used necromancy,
No.
No.
We know that the
because
first,
it was a very good healing spell, but it didn't exactly raise the dead.
it did. Like, if they were very recently deceased,
Yes.
like within the first couple of seconds of dying.
Yeah, but at that point your brain is still basically firing.
Yeah, your neurons have not ceased.
Yes, so you're technically still alive.
You might get some Dane Brownage.
What I was going to say, but yeah, speaking of that, I would kind of see how zebras would explain why it is okay to use these huge ass necromantic mega spells. Is we asked permission from the dead. They said it's okay.
So long as you don't use it on us.
So basically, it's the mom said it's my turn on the Xbox, but with mega spells.
Basically, I would say, yeah, they asked, they gave permission, and then they sold it to the public with the we are facing an invasion on our homelands. One of our clients has fallen. We need to do something to stop this particular thing, or we will lose the war in the next 6 months.
Yeah.
Drastic situation, drastic measure. Spirits were a-okay. Boom.
Yeah. Though those Steel Rangers were not happy about suddenly having their armor boil away.
Yes. So they probably didn't have a lot of time to be angry about it. I mean, the rest of their lives, yes, but
I mean, that also means last date, there were probably some ghouls, which probably would have fucked up a lot of people in finding out about.
well, zebras would have definitely been like, okay, no, you go to the grave. Yeah, but I'm still alive. No.
Yeah. That they would have seen it as anathema to their beliefs and be like, no, we're separating you from your body.
I can see that basically the zebras would then basically made that area a no entry zone. Added them some frigging checkpoints on the border of what the client state that was, and decided to say go on a shoot to kill policy on everybody that just wanders from there, because
So-
they knew that was a
Basically, after the war, there is an entire city-state of ghouls that
Like
are
they-
shot on sight if they venture outside of their home, basically. Yeah, sounds about right.
Like I say, it's basically on both sides. It's an area that nobody can walk into except once in power armor, and I believe that Equestrians are not that keen to walk an entire power armor's army through that area.
Well, now we know where all the Alicorns end up going after Lil Pip fucks over the entirety of Equestria for them to hang out in, as well as the ghouls.
Yes.
We'll have our own little radioactive kingdom. Fuck you, Lightbringer, you're a fucking asshole.
Welcome to Cooltopia. We've been going on for 300 years.
Recorded, and we remember it. But
I
that's
mean,
a new idea of headcanoning.
Yeah.
Ghoultopia or Necrotopia, whatever.
Necropolis.
Yes.
Well,
And we never got a proper necropolis. This would be prime for it.
yeah, so in before there's another 4-hour discussion on the Necropolis Society. Oh no.
I mean, we can just have fun and say that that was one of the Minotaur client states, and that's what happened to Minos.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whoops.
Oops.
Also makes sense why Minotaurs are very not happy about being in the Equestrian wasteland. They want to bench press everyone into splinters.
I think they are not happy about being in either place, because they know they got caught in the crossfire and they lost their hope to it. And they're like, well, fuck this.
Which makes me wonder, would the Zebras consider their client states more expendable? Because in this, it was they evacuated their own forces, but the outlying civilians of that city were probably not entirely evacuated. They were more pushed to the edge of the island, and then the place blew up, and like, well, what the fuck do we do now? Because I get the feeling the Zebras probably wouldn't be too, fond of their client states during the war, just because they see them as, if they decide to help Equestria, they're a staging base for Equestria. So it's probably they were being rather harsh with military rule on them.
Yeah, and there's the us versus them, and if they aren't zebras, God forbid they're actually ponies, yeah, they might be like, yeah, but you're not strictly us, so
Yeah.
tough luck.
I'm sorry for the loss of your home, but you're still alive and free.
Yes.
Noodles! Yeah, like, depending on how fucked up the Caesar was at that point, it could at worst been like, yeah, we know that your home got blown up during the thing, but you're free now, you're completely on your own. Toodles!
I think we can stop with that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think we're kind of done with all this tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, with all that, this has been Post-Apoc Horse Talk. I've been your host, Gantagus. This is my co-host next to Concordia. And our guests tonight have been Whack, Sour Cherry, and Moonlight Grimoire. And until next time, Zebon.